Oh, I actually have characters. Make a new game. I don't know what those other two characters are all about. I think I made like a shield build or
Yes,
something.
indeed. It is called Lothric,
It is called Lothric.
where the transitory lands of the Lords of Cinder converge. In venturing north, the pilgrims discover the truth of the old words. The fire fades, and the lords go without thrones. When the link of fire is threatened, the bell tolls, unearthing the old lords of Cinder from their graves. Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. Farron's Undead Legion, the Abyss Watchers. And the reclusive lord of the profaned capital. Yon the Giant. Only in truth, the lords will abandon their thrones. And the unkindled will rise. Nameless, accursed undead, unfit even to be Cinder. And so it is that ash seeketh embers.
And I feel like FromSoft lost their edge with Elden Ring. I don't know. Something was lost along the way. That's for sure. What do I start with? There isn't, I guess, Sovereignless Soul? There isn't really anything that we absolutely need. Let's go do Sovereignless Soul. I think I have a favorite here. Well, let's do that. We'll do white-haired emo dude. You can change your appearance later, right? Possibly. I think. Appearance later. Okay. What, two-hand again? Where is the controls? Game options, network, input device, key bindings. Here we go. Two-hand weapon. Like that? I'm gonna run out of FFP. Why is it that? It should be like E-click. Bindings. Oh, is there no E-click here? There's no like combination. I just press F. Okay. Alright, alright. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Camera feels a little bit funny compared to normal. I wonder if I can adjust that. Let's go see if I can fix the camera a bit because I think it's alright. It's like tracking. Toggle auto lock. This is all controller. I don't think I can actually. I don't think I can actually. That's just how the camera is. Oh boy, that's gonna be fun. Oops. Stamina management. Man, this game is so much easier now that I played Elden Ring. Like, I remember being, like, absolutely wrecked by Ludix in the beginning. No crit? Oh, works differently. Ah! Ah, that's the punish. Oh my god, I'm dead. Haven't played in a long time. Don't know any of the moves. But yeah, we're gonna play. I'm thinking like, whoops. I'm thinking like a sorcerer build could be fun. Like I had a lot of fun playing sorcerer recently in Elden Ring, so. Oops. Man, stamina regens so slowly here. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? I think the input delay on dodge in Dark Souls is slower as well. So it's even harder to time dodges. And still just like walk slowly to the left or right to dodge arrows though. Usuda. What? How'd that hit me? How'd that hit me? Stamina management. R1, R1, R1. Ah. Yeah. Easy. First try. Man, feels so floaty in this game. Whoa, whoa. Everything feels so floaty. Why am I playing this game again? I should just make a better game. I should be making my own game, not playing this older than Elden Ring. Are there even any invaders these days? I feel like I don't think I've ever been invaded, even though I've been embered. Like last time I played. Pretty sure everyone's moved on to Elden Ring.
Welcome to the bonfire, unkindled one.
Still the hottest finger
I'm a
maiden.
Firekeeper.
Firekeeper.
I tend the lords have left that to this end. Very well, then touch the dark
Actually, I want to go
horse.
buy some spells first, and also like if I can buy like a staff. Soul Arrow, 7 FP, Farron Dart 3. I should probably get both, but I need a staff. Let's get the staff plus Soul Arrow. Yeah, it requires 10. I can use that. This requires, yeah, I can use this as well. The Deprive can use both here. I think that's it. Torch could be useful in case you get like maggots on you. In case you get cursed, I guess. We're not gonna run into that for a while though. So let's go see if we can level up.
Very well,
Whoops.
then take note.
I thought I pressed talk, but okay, I need 173
Farewell,
more. We can
Ashen
go
One.
back, grab some of the stuff from the beginning area. Wait, wrong way. Just keep going, I guess. Probably talk to everyone. In case we miss out on a quest.
Will you? Good. Don't you? Walk
Conniptions.
up. Walk up to.
Ah, Ashbury, is it? Ashen One.
Well, you lit up.
A lot Estus. I can't. Wait, I can't a lot.
Pretty be careful.
I only have. I don't have Ashen Estus. Where do I get Ashen Estus? But is it from the starting area? I think it's from the starting area. I should go get that since I'm playing Mage. But I need to memorize the spell, right? Memorize it at the bonfire, I think. Attune spell. Here we go. Yeah, I missed out on picking up the Ashen Estus. I just remembered. Where is Is it like over here? It's over here, right? I can just teleport there too, I guess. It's more fun to walk back. I haven't been here in a while. Grab some souls, I guess. I think this is a broken sword, right? Yeah. Open menu. Yeah, like I can't move this way, and then like if I just let my mouse go, it just like turns me around. It's like auto. Like the camera is forced to follow the direction that the player is traveling in. A bit weird. That's a lot of damage. That's some big dick damage right there. Never mind, I lied. Oh, it's okay. It's okay for the starting area. So down here. 2 down here. Probably run out of Estus though. Oh, surprise attack. No jumping. No jumping in this game. Firebombs. Oh, that's would have been good for how do you pronounce his name? His first name? Idix? Udix? Udix Gandir? Oh my god. I'll just say Gundir. It's easier to pronounce. What? No lock on? No lock on, I guess. I can't lock on to people who are sitting down. I probably should have rested there. Oh well. Too late now. I think it's the glowy thing right in front of this area here. Pretty sure this is it. Yeah. The power returns. There's something over here, right? Souls? It's nice, like, saying souls and them actually being souls. I miss that. I hate how they turned them into runes. Is there anything at the starting area that I missed? Is that? Oh, I thought there was something shiny back there. Nope. Just my bed. There's the crystal lizard. I don't know if I'm strong enough to tackle that yet. At least I need more like mana. I need more Estus Flask to tackle that. I don't have enough firepower right now. Come on. Come on, I should be able to lock onto that guy. I see him. He's right there. Even though he's sitting down, I know he's something I can attack. Okay, well, let's go. Oh wait, I can't just teleport from anywhere. I have to go set a bonfire to teleport. Completely forgot. Is there a map in this game? I don't think there's a map in this game either. Yeah, no map in this game. Yeah, I need to allot Estus. Let's go back to town. Firelink Shrine. Basically, a kind of no-hit run. Because as a mage, you just need like so much FP. Like, you don't have... You can't spare points into health. You just have to be a glass cannon if you want to actually mage.
Weapon, but that's up.
Should I reinforce? I don't have any Titanite shirts yet.
Pretty be careful.
I don't even know if this is a good weapon. I don't need that. Oops. Let's go remove that. Let's go put the soul that I have in here so I don't use it. Soul of a nameless soldier. Show item info. Is that R? Is it just a normal Nameless soldier. I think that is. It's just like a nameless soldier. Okay. Now we got our pew pews. Can I buy the Farron dart? Is it even any good? I feel like it's not good. I think people shit on the Farron dart. It's 1,000. If I dual wield staves, maybe. Homeward bone, repair powder. Oh, you have to repair stuff in this game. I forgot. But like stuff never breaks essentially, unless you're like using the washing pole. Okay, well, let's go.
Ashen one, Bish.
Ashen 1. Be sure to drink your Ovaltine, Ashen 1. This is like a tiny model of the, that's pretty cute. What even is this tower? What are the lore? What is the lore behind this one area? Ooh, look at the eyeballs. Whoa! I think I missed something back there. There's like loot. Let me go check. Isn't there like something in this corner? No? Okay. Can I... How do I like use pouch items? Because that'd be nice to... Key bindings, pouch. Is there like a button to switch to like pouch items? Function 1, R. Okay, well I guess I just have to have my Estus, Ashen Estus on the items bar here. Because in Elden Ring I have it in my tool belt. Is there like a way to quickly switch to tool belt? Yeah, look it up. There is no shortcut for the tool belt items. Okay, you have to press escape. Man, let's not do that then. I need the Ashen Estus quickly. Jump in gear. Some dogs here. I can't target lock? What? What? Oh shit, I'm dead. Woo! There goes my no-hit run. I need faster cast speed. How come I can't target lock like this stuff that's like laying down? That's really not good. I can't target lock those guys. Oops, shit. Oh well. Man, what's the lock-on range? It's so short too. Oh my god. Like the lock-on range in Elden Ring is like, what, 3 times as long, if not 4 times. Light rail feels pretty OP here. Jesus. Attack speed faster than cast speed. Oh. Well done! You guys are so good at this game. You guys are actually Giga Chad NPCs. Whoa, I can like... Whoa, what the heck? There's an arrow behind me. Forgot about that. The lock-on range is so short. Is that a crit? Do you crits in this game? I guess I have to free aim. Okay, well I have 1,000. Let's go back. Go buy Fair and Dart, see if that's any good. Does it cast faster? It's probably shit. At least at this level.
Ah, Ashen One.
I can only memorize one spell, can't I? That's not good. I need to increase memory, I think. Yeah, okay. How many souls do I need to level?
Very
Memory.
well, then take.
How many points in memory do I need for one more? Or is it attunement? Might be attunement. Yeah, attunement
Farewell,
slots.
earthling.
Okay, let's go farm some souls then, I guess. Just missed the first shot. Point blank. Man, the lock-on range is so bad. Is there any way I can increase lock-on range? Whoops, wow. PS3 does not like Alt-Tab. Let's go change Dark Souls so it's in windowed mode, so it doesn't like completely spaz out whenever I alt tab. Oh, the dog wants a piece of my ass. I'm probably already dead. Oh shit. Okay. I press escape, so it switched back to full screen. Nice. I'm dead. Or not. Maybe the dog's too stupid to get up here. The chair! Saved by the chair. Dark Souls, the game where the controls are the real difficulty. Yes, keep current settings. Resolution. That's the highest resolution. Nice. Okay. Can I like move this in the middle then? Okay. Alright. You guys can see my Steam library now. Nice. Wow, I took damage from falling from there. My ankles are made of glass. Oh my god, the lock-on range. Actually so bad. I like the stagger though. That's some pretty crazy stagger on spells. Maybe just I think that guy has 0 poise. That's probably why. Let's go and grab that. Then run away. Pretty sure that guy is a, yeah. Oh. Oh, I missed out on some loot. Usually when you kill them when they turn into, like, man serpents, you get better stuff. I don't know. Say, I actually have a decent amount of FP. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Is there like a life regen ring anywhere? That'd be nice to have. Be nice to have. Oh, loot. Another broken stray sword. I probably should save that. Binoculars. The free aim isn't too bad in this game. I like the free aim might actually be better in Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Oops. You just aim for like the top of their head or something. Top of your character's head. This guy thinks he has all the answers to the universe with a shield like that. Oh, what? I died from falling that far? It's definitely a glass cannon build. What the fuck? Oh, I thought that was loot. Ah, there's loot, but I can't get back up. I've fallen and I can't get back up. Raw gem. Better cook it first. Can't just eat that thing straight up. Okay, that guy doesn't wake up unless you you go up the stairs. Do I have enough mana? I don't have to drink yet. Long sword. What is that sound? Is it like me walking on bones or something? Okay, let's get jump here. Okay, and then here. I can't lock onto that guy. Free aim. Free aim. Come on. No? Oh, now I can. Can't target lock sleeping people. It's a very ethical game where you can't target lock the sleeping. Ooh, this is gonna suck. Where's the next bonfire? I forget. Like after this, you run along there, all the way down. Is the next bonfire, like, I guess you can unlock the tower. I guess that's it. But there's like a lot of mobs. How do I get Estus refills? Oh wait, the next one is like up there, huh? Okay. Hmm. Well. Can't see. Whoa, how come he has full health? Please drink a potion. And then we do a mad dash. Ah! Wag! We'll go over here temporarily. Let that guy get out of the way first. Okay, I can run past him, I think. Woo! There's a little rug behind me, I think. Little knife thrower. Grab that. I can't grab that. Oh my god, I'm dead. That's crazy. This spell can actually like stagger something like a Lothric Knight. That's insane. What the fuck? Spells OP? How come I can't grab that? Am I still in combat? Is that why? Oh, let's just hang out here for a bit. De-aggro eventually. There we go. Let's go back and level up. Get another attunement. You also started playing Dark Souls 3? That's cool. I just wish this game was less jank.
Welcome, host. Very well, then take.
Well, how do I get more attunement? I guess that does increase my FP. I will need more attunement slots, that's for sure. I want at least like 2. I need to test out Farandar. Let's go sell some stuff. So we can get 1 more level.
Ah.
Get some junk that I don't need. Like, we don't need gold pine resin. We can sell the souls of deserted corpses. Broken straight swords. They're only 3 gold each, though. We'll sell them anyway.
Ashen 1.
Yeah, accumulate a lot of broken straight swords over the course of this run.
Very well, then take.
Man, when is the next attunement slot? Is it attunement? Or is it intelligence? Hmm.
Farewell, Ashen One. May the
Okay, well, didn't get another attunement slot, sadly. Tower on the wall from here. Is there a way to... Whoa. What was that? Wait, that just like increased my spell power or something? Oh my god. What was that? That was like the weapon skill. Wow, the tracking on the spells are really good too. Wait, there's a knight that patrols back in here. Let's just keep going. I'll assume that does more, makes my spells do more damage or something like that. Grey Rat should be down there. We need a key first though, right? To free him. I should be able to like snipe the dude from here. There's a... Yeah, let's go see if we can snipe him. Oh. Let's go do that first. It might actually be easier to just like go down there. Let's go drink a potion first. Yeah, this is a lot easier. The stagger is just pretty nuts. The stagger and the tracking in the for the spells in this game, pretty damn good. There is another, yeah. Mail breaker. I can't open this door, can I? No. What up, Grey Rat? It's locked. Oh yeah, I need to go get the key, which is further ahead. Can't open that either, that's also locked. Only one way to go now. There is a mimic back there that I can kill, but I kind of want to save it for later. Just because there is a way to get like a mimic head, mimic helmet. Increases item discovery, but also damages you for like 5 damage per tick or something crazy like that. How do I go back? What? There we go. Whee. We could free Grey Rat, or I can just keep running. Run, 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 run. Let's go get the bonfire. I need the bonfire. That's what I need. I need to go get the bonfire. What? Oh wait, there's no bonfire here, is there? Uh-oh. Not until after you kill Dancer, anyway. Well, we can go unlock the tower, I guess. This is gonna suck. This guy has a shield. He's edge walking though, so he's taking extra damage by being edgy. Can't come in here. This is the safe zone. You're not allowed past this line. wasting mana. I should let him lower his guard first. Oh my god. Fields are OP in this game. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, I just have to de-aggro and then snipe him in the back. There we go. Woo! Oh, this guy also has a shield. They all have shields. How much damage did I do? 20. It's not enough. Not enough. I'll be wasting my FP. I don't have that chip damage yet. Just like it just like unlocks. Do you see that? I just hit the frickin' ground. Why am I playing this game? Why? If I kill Vort before I free Grey Rat, does that lock me out of things? I wonder. I wonder how. I wonder why. Okay, I might die here. I probably will die here actually. There's a lot of mobs and then I go up the elevator, there's a dude with the axe. We'll see. We'll see if I can do this. It's worth getting the unlock though. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Throw knives. Okay, yeah, I need to go back to a Grace because I don't have enough Estus. Ooh. Okay. I guess we can level up a bit more, get some more attunement. We'll free Grey Rat and then go kill the dude.
Welcome, home. Speak very well. Then take.
Ah, there we go. 2 attunement slots. Let's go check out Fair and Dart. It's like a shittier version of Soul Arrow, but it might be faster. I want to go to... I guess Tower on the Wall. Because the key is like... It's in that one room with more dogs and more axemen. I'm just gonna run there. Because it's very scary, and I think it's easier to play the game just by running past everything. Plus I have light roll, which will help me a bit. Or is it here? It might be in here. Wow, that's so fucking loud. Oh my god. It's actually like the loudest thing I've heard. Woo. dead. There's the key though, it's down there. Wow, 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 wow. Man, at least so much health just by dropping down areas. That's crazy. I'm dead. Maybe. Maybe not. They say insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. But this time, I'm not doing the same thing over because I got the key. Nothing you guys can do about it. Alright, let's go for Grey Rat. Alright, Grey Rat's down here. Oh, I forgot. There's a bastard here. Oh wait, that's Fair and Dart? It's so bad. Let's just unlearn Fair and Dart. Oh my god. I was expecting like 2 hits, he's dead. Not like 20 hits. Yeah, let's just remove Fair and Dart because it's actually that bad. Nothing to see here. Just a lowly tarnished of no renown. Fuck you. God, there's a third one there. Okay. I'll put the sourdough away.
Ah. No, you not, but not, please, I'll
Okay.
Very well, I do.
If you don't blame me for getting fat, sure. I think there's a mosquito around here. There's something like a mosquito trying to bite me. No. Where's the mosquito? If you didn't eat a lot today, go eat. Why are you asking me for permission to go eat chiffon cake? No, you don't look super fat. You just look fat. You don't look super fat. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No. No. It's like suicide here. Okay. Okay, I'll think about it. It's just like, how do we kill ourselves? So I just like get back to, I can go kill whatever that guy's. I just like pick this up. Why do these guys like kill me? I just want to go back to yeah, I'll just like run off this way. Okay. Fast travel. Let's go to Firelink. Talk to Grey Rat and then go kill the Hound. I think that's basically it.
Oh, hello. Just
Okay.
Goodbye. Oh,
Be right back. You know what? Let's just play Elden Ring instead. We'll kill the Hound dude. I forgot what it's called. It's like Knight of the Boreal Valley. Highwall Tower. Probably Highwall. We'll kill him and we'll switch over to Elden Ring. What? Nice. Very nice. I should have just killed him when I was up there. Now I have to pull the lever. Nice. Very nice. Oh my god. We'll just like stand here. Bye-bye. Live by the elevator, die by the elevator. Those are the rules. Look at this Oblivion. Oblivion physics. You just know it's making that sound. Isn't there like something nice over here? Like an incantation? I forget. Oh wait, I can just go this way, can't I? Forgot about that. It's a shortcut. It's a shortcut for short people. I actually haven't fought this guy with spells before, so it's gonna be interesting. Like, usually I just hug his ass, and it works first try. Like, my hair's black now, even though it's supposed to be white. Miyazaki's like, no, you're Asian. You gotta have black hair. I don't care if you chose white hair on the character editor. Wah. Oops. Oh! Why is it expecting that? Oh my god, Miyazaki, you got me. That was so surprising. What a jump scare. Oh, they really got me there. We'll show them. We'll show them this time. Or I'll just die by dog. That's also fine by me, I guess. Oh, that's gonna give me, yeah. I can't fall more than 6 feet or I'll take damage. Them's the rules. Oh! Wah 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 wah. Blah. Blah. It's the standoff. Oh, wow, wow. Oh, I should buff up. I keep forgetting to do that. It's like, stop spamming! I don't like it when you spam. Ooh. I don't know where I am. I'm somewhere in the belly of the beast. Ooh. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. Locked in animation. Here we go again. Here we go again. Come on, Dougie. I'll lead you to heaven. Or not. Guess he doesn't want to follow me. Turn off the AC. Well, at least I'm not a bow build. Then I'd be like that guy who keeps trying to snipe me with a bow. The crossbow, but like, I'm just moving too fast. He can't hit me. Oh, I remember the move set now. Okay. Yeah, he's got dodge when he does the charges, and then when he does the breath, it's basically free damage. I'm dead. Oh. Is he gonna do another charge? Oh, how did that hit me? You know what? Let's just go play Elden Ring. Like, why am I playing Dark Souls? Like, if I want to be a mage, I should just play Elden Ring. It's more fun. There's actually co-op. The lock-on range is like 4 times longer. Like, it's slightly less jank. Even though there's still no widescreen. Where did Discord go? Like, Discord is just gone. Why is it like here? It should be there. Oh, I was playing this build. I guess we can keep playing this build for a while. Landell. connection error. Kinda wanna play my mage again. This is fun, but it's not like delete everything fun. Network status failed. Why? Network status check failed. Okay, let's go restart then. You wanna sync? Okay, something's wrong with Elden Ring servers then. Unable to sync with Steam Cloud. Let's go restart Steam. Because the internet's still working. I don't know what happened there. Is this online though? Yeah, there is a simple fix. We have to like disable anti-cheat, right? Yeah, only use this on offline. Still looking for an online mode. Would be nice. Play anyway. If some of those cheat engine hackers can tell us how they bypass easy anti-cheat and then also like having those crazy hacks, that would be nice to know. Then I can actually have widescreen in an online mode. That'd be nice. Network status check failed. Damn, okay. Logging into guild. Really? Is it working now? Wow, that was really weird. Oh wait, I want to load game, not continue. We need to get those guys who like who break other people's saves in Elden Ring and get them to tell us how to get widescreen working in online mode. That's what we need. We don't need like hacks to ruin other people's days. We just need like a widescreen mode online. Oh. Ah. Okay, something is seriously wrong with FromSoft servers right now. We'll just AFK for a bit. Maybe we'll do some co-op later. I'm gonna take a short break here. It's like super hot here for some reason. Global warming. Okay, I'm back.
Sassanid Empire, a Persian empire that ruled from the city of Ctesiphon near modern Baghdad. Wars with the Sassanids dragged on for decades, weakening both empires and usually resulting in a bitter and costly stalemate. By the year 630, the empire had lost most of Italy and North Africa once more, and held only a foothold in the island of Sicily. But in the early 7th century, one emperor named Heraclius seemed like he could return the empire to its previous glory. He ruled for 30 years, won an impressive series of battles, and beat the Sassanids back in Anatolia, even recapturing the holy city of Jerusalem. In the year 629, Heraclius brought the relic of the true cross back to the city of Jerusalem in a lavish and triumphant ceremony. For a time, it must have seemed that he was leading the empire to a new golden age. But little did the people of Byzantium know that a new rival was rising out of one of the most unlikely places, the seemingly empty desert sands of Arabia. The Arabian Peninsula is a wedge of land pinched between the Persian Gulf in the north and the Red Sea in the south. It's technically a subcontinent, since it sits on its own tectonic plate, and over millions of years it has torn away from the rest of Africa in the south, while slowly crashing into the Eurasian plate in the north, forcing up Iran's Zagros Mountains. This is an arid land, divided between rocky mountains and dry coastland, lined with coral reefs, and separated by small strips of fertile pastures in its rocky valleys. But perhaps most famously, the region is home to a vast range of deserts. The largest of these, the Great Arabian Desert, is the 5th largest in the world, and one of the deepest. Its sands are thought to extend up to 180 meters below its surface, or more than 50 stories. And it's here that a warrior visionary had risen to topple the established powers of the region, and gathered a powerful military force. The man known to history as Muhammad was a revolutionary, a guerrilla warrior, a poet, and an innovative military strategist. And during the final 10 years of his life, he led a successful campaign to capture the city of Mecca from the Quraysh tribe who had ruled it for centuries. After his death in the year 632, the successors of Muhammad took up his mantle. To their north, they spread out of the Arabian Peninsula and faced ahead of them the lands of both the Sassanids in Mesopotamia and Persia and the Byzantines in Egypt. But these two great ancient empires had been hollowed out from within, weakened and bankrupted by their incessant wars. The last great war between these two empires had ended only a few years before, after grinding on for nearly 3 decades and critically weakening them. And the Arab advance came as a complete surprise. The Byzantines were distracted by their wars and paid little heed to news that was trickling across the desert to the south. They had also stopped paying tribute to the desert tribes who they usually relied on to pass them information. In the year 634, to the surprise of the entire world, the Arab armies defeated a Byzantine force sent into Syria and captured Damascus in a lightning strike. The Byzantines tried again in 636, but a sandstorm scattered their forces, and when the Arab cavalry bore down on them, they were utterly annihilated. Arab armies fought using swords made of the finest Indian steel, riding on the backs of camels and horses, versatile and fast across the desert landscape. Their tactics were primarily defensive, luring their opponents into ill-advised attacks, with large groups of archers placed on both flanks. The only hope for the Byzantines was now that their great rivals, the Sassanids, would halt the Arab advance. But this hope would be in vain. In fact, Arab attacks would bring about the complete disintegration and collapse of the Sassanid Empire. 400 years later, the Persian poet Firdusi would write the following lament about the end of this great power.
Damn this world, damn this time, damn this fate. Where are your valiant warriors and priests? Where are your hunting parties and your feasts? Where is that warlike spirit, and where are those great armies that destroyed our country's foes? Count Iran as a ruin, as the lair of lions and leopards. Look now and despair.
The Byzantines watched helplessly as their Asian territories were swallowed up. Jerusalem, recaptured less than a decade before at enormous cost, surrendered to Arab armies in the year 637. And for the general Emperor Heraclius, on whom the Byzantines had pinned such hopes, this catastrophic defeat proved too much. He had once been the commander of his father's fleet, a bold and accomplished sailor, but in his old age he developed an overwhelming thalassophobia, or fear of the sea. On his way back to Constantinople from Asia, he found even the 700-meter crossing of the Bosphorus too terrifying. His men had to tie boats together across the whole length of the crossing, covering them with shrubs and matting, so that the terrified old emperor couldn't see the water, rocking dark and deep beneath him. When Egypt fell to Arab forces in the year 642, the Byzantine Empire lost its rich food supplies, which had been a major source of grain for the capital. This arrangement had been in place since the time of the ancient Romans, and now the entire economic structure of the Byzantine Empire would have to be rearranged overnight. Food shortages were now added to the list of the empire's problems. By 647, the last Byzantine territory in Africa, the ancient city of Carthage, had also fallen to the advancing Arab armies. And in the year 644, to the Byzantines' horror, the Arab Empire began building a navy. Only a decade later, it was strong enough to raid the island of Cyprus and Rhodes. Neither island put up even a scrap of resistance, and it soon became clear that Byzantium was no longer able to defend its empire. In the year 654, the Emperor Constans personally set sail with the Byzantine navy, the pride of the empire and its last line of defense, to meet the Arab fleet in battle. The writer Theophanes the Confessor recalls what happened next.
In this year, Muawiyah commanded that a great naval armament should be made with a view to his fleet sailing against Constantinople. This man arrived at Phoenix in Lycia, where the Emperor Constans lay with the Roman fleet, and engaged him in a sea battle. Now the emperor, who had taken no measures to draw up his battle line, ordered the Roman fleet to fight. When the two sides engaged, the Romans were defeated, and the sea was dyed with Roman blood.
In the ensuing struggle, 500 Byzantine ships were destroyed. The Emperor Constans was forced to swap clothes with another man and flee in the garb of a common soldier, a stinging humiliation for this emperor of the Byzantines.
The emperor then put his robes on another man. This courageous man then stationed himself bravely on the imperial ship and killed many of the enemy before giving up his life on behalf of the emperor. The enemy surrounded him and held him in their midst, thinking he was the emperor. And after he had slain many of them, they killed him too, as the man was wearing the imperial robes. Thus routed, the emperor escaped, and leaving everyone behind, sailed off to Constantinople.
The city of Constantinople was now completely defenseless. Now firmly in control of Syria and the Mediterranean coast, Arab armies were able to send frequent raiding parties deep into Anatolia, and in the year 674, they felt bold enough to make a strike at the great city, Constantinople itself. The Arab fleet began by capturing port towns along the coast, and then setting up a blockade of Constantinople, attempting to choke the life from the city. Theophanes the Confessor recalls these events in his chronicle.
In this year, in March, a rainbow appeared in the sky, and all mankind shuddered. Everyone said it was the end of the world. In this year, the deniers of Christ readied a great expedition.
The emperor at the time was named Constantine IV, and he must have wondered whether this was finally the end of the empire that had once ruled all of Europe. But the Byzantines had one more trick up their sleeve. In fact, in recent years, they had developed a secret superweapon of terrifying power that would soon become famous around the world. This weapon is so mysterious that today there is still lively debate over what exactly it was, and the scholars of Byzantium guarded its secrets so jealously that today its name is synonymous with the Greek Byzantines who developed it. That weapon was Greek fire. Incendiary weapons had been used in warfare for centuries before Greek fire was invented. Flaming arrows and pots containing combustible substances were used by the Assyrians as early as the 9th century BC. But the substance known as Greek fire was different. It was reportedly developed by a man named Kallinikos, who had fled the Arab conquests as a refugee and had been given refuge in the city of Constantinople. This city, which had seen refugees rise to become emperors, now saw the secret of its survival come to it from the midst of those huddled masses. The medieval writer Anna Komnena gives one account that is thought to describe this terrifying weapon.
This fire is made by the following arts. From the pine and the certain such evergreen trees, inflammable resin is collected. This is rubbed with sulphur and put into tubes of reed, and is blown by men using it with violent and continuous breath. Then in this manner it meets the fire on the tip and catches light, and falls like a fiery whirlwind on the faces of the enemies.
The refugee Kallinikos is said to have demonstrated his Greek fire to the Byzantine emperor. It was a flaming substance, possibly based on petroleum, that seemed to set even the surface of the sea ablaze. Water couldn't douse its flames, and by some accounts even made them more intense. Its use was accompanied with smoke and the sounds of thunder. One remarkable Norse saga relates the story of a Viking warrior named Ingvar the Far-Travelled, a traveller who sailed down the Volga River and into the Caspian Sea to explore the lands of Asia. Ingvar apparently faced ships equipped with Greek fire weaponry, which is described in the saga.
They began blowing with smith's bellows at a furnace, in which there was fire, and there came from it a great din. There stood there also a brass or bronze tube, and from it flew much fire against one ship, and it burned up in a short time, so that all of it had become white ashes.
Whatever its exact composition, we know the effect that this weapon had. The writer Theophanes recalls these dramatic events in his chronicle as the ships of the Arab forces bore down on the great city.
When Constantine learned of the movement of God's enemies against Constantinople, he prepared huge two-storied warships equipped with Greek fire and siphon-carrying warships, ordering them to anchor in the harbor of the Caesareum. All day long from dawn to dusk there was combat, from the outworks of the Golden Gate to Cyclopean. Both sides were thrusting and counter-thrusting, but with the aid of God and his mother, they were disgraced, expending a host of warlike men. They retreated in great distress, with severe wounds. As their expedition was going away after God had ruined it, it was overtaken by a tempestuous winter storm near Celeion. It was shivered to atoms and completely destroyed.
This defeat on sea was coupled with a Byzantine victory on land, and the Arab forces withdrew, suffering enormous losses. Growing divisions in their own lands soon forced them to attend to their own affairs, and a peace deal was struck. A second siege of Constantinople was attempted at the start of the 8th century, but once again the use of Greek fire drove the enemy armies back into their lands. The Byzantine Empire had survived yet another existential threat, and the city of Constantinople remained the impregnable fortress that the Emperor Theodosius had hoped. Over the next few centuries, storm after storm would rage on the city of Constantinople, but it would always hold. Its powerful walls, its natural defences, and the ingenious invention of Greek fire would keep it safe from its enemies in Asia and in Europe. I'm going to fast forward the story now until around the 10th century, and pause there for a moment to take a look at what life was like in the Byzantine Empire during this time. For the Byzantine people, the city of Constantinople was a source of constant pride. They called it the Eye of the World and the Reigning City, and its banner, showing the Byzantine crescent moon, would have fluttered and snapped over its rooftops. Travellers and pilgrims to the Holy Land usually passed through Constantinople on their route, and they have left us vivid accounts of the city's beauty and magnificence. One Russian visitor, Stephen of Novgorod, described the city in the following terms.
Entering Constantinople is like entering a great forest. It is impossible to get around without a good guide, and if you try to get around on the cheap without offering tips, you will be unable to see or kiss a single saint.
Another pilgrim, named Foti, describes the enormous wealth of churches and icon houses around the city.
It is impossible to go to all the holy monasteries or holy relics, or to recount them. Still, there are thousands upon thousands of relics of saints, and many wonders which it is impossible to describe.
Foti even witnessed an imperial procession, although he does fall foul of the hands-on approach of some of the Byzantine imperial guards.
We set out the next day for the Blackerai Palace. I soon lost my companions in the crowd and stepped up onto the base of a pillar to try and see them. Instead, I caught a glimpse of the imperial family as they entered, resplendent in the most luxuriously embroidered golden robes imaginable, and wearing golden crowns. As the ceremony started, however, I was rudely knocked off the pillar by some of the imperial guards and sent sprawling onto the stone floor.
Some of these may have been part of the famed unit called the Varangian Guards, made up of Viking warriors from Scandinavia. Walking around the city at this time, visitors would have wandered down narrow streets, between buildings built from the orange-brown bricks still manufactured with Roman methods. Church bells would have rung out, the singing of sombre Byzantine chants from the churches, the calling of seabirds and the clatter of the wooden shutters in the houses. Countless languages would have been heard on these streets, since Constantinople at this time had welcomed people from all over the known world, as one 10th century knight named Bartolf of Nangis would write.
In this city are Greeks, Bulgarians, Alans, Comans, Pygmaticans, Italians, Venetians, Romanians, Dacians, English, Amalfitans, even Turks, many heathen peoples, Jews and proselytes, Cretans and Arabs, and people of all nations come together here.
The doors of the houses were often built of iron, studded with stout nails. Large houses had a courtyard, with stables, cattle sheds, chicken coops, and storerooms looking out over it. Staircases were built of wood, although stone was used in the more prosperous houses, and in some even marble. Many of these wealthy houses were also centrally heated, using a hypercaust system inherited directly from the ancient Romans. Although most people simply burned charcoal in iron braziers. Their kitchens had low hearths, with square pipes forming a chimney to carry away their smoke.
Same would eat anything.
During the day,
the
the skyline of Constantinople must have been fogged with the smoke from these chimneys, and the smells of wood smoke and baking food must have drifted out over its terracotta tiles. And the tastes of the city would have been distinctive too. According to the 11th century cook Simeon Seth, cinnamon arrived in the city around this time, which he believed came from the northern Iraqi city of Mosul. In fact, it had likely travelled all the way from Sri Lanka. Byzantines ate fish like the bass and grey mullet, and drank spiced wine called konditon, along with sausages, and the ubiquitous fermented fish sauce known as garum, which would have filled the air with its earthy sea salt aroma. Later, new crops, like aubergines or eggplant, along with spinach, oranges, and lemons, arrived in Constantinople, and all of these would have added to the smells wafting through these streets. Street performers would have plied their trades, acrobats and jugglers and fire-eaters. One bishop of Cremona, visiting in the year 949, describes seeing one of these performances.
A man carried on his head, without using his hands, a wooden pole 24 feet or more long. Then 2 boys appeared who went up on the pole, did various tricks on it, and then came down head first, keeping the pole all the time as steady as though it were rooted in the earth, which filled me with great astonishment and admiration.
But of course, being poor in Constantinople was a pretty miserable existence. Only the most fortunate among them lived in houses, which were roofed over with rushes and floored with beaten earth. From the 5th century onwards, skyscraper blocks of flats containing anything from 5 to 9 stories were built as tenement buildings, just like in a modern city. These were divided into flats, which were let out to working people at exploitative prices, and were usually little better than slums. One visitor to the city, named Odo of Dioi, passing through in the year 1147, summarizes the seedy underbelly of the city with this stinging observation.
Constantinople is a city of extremes. She surpasses other cities in wealth, and she surpasses them in vice. Constantinople itself is squalid and fetid, and in many places afflicted by permanent darkness. For the wealthy overshadow the streets with buildings and leave these dirty, dark places to the poor and to travellers. There, murders and robberies and other crimes of the night are committed. People live untouched by the law in this city, for all its rich men are bullies, and many of its poor men are thieves.
But whatever the varying feelings about this city, no one could deny that it was a vibrant, energetic place. A later writer, Nicetas Choniates, describes some of the smells of sizzling food that must have filled the streets of Constantinople on a daily basis, as the city's different cultures mixed and melded their culinary traditions.
They revelled and drank strong wine all day long. Some favoured luxury foods, while others recreated their own native dishes, such as ox rib apiece, slices of salt pork cooked with beans, and sauces made with garlic or a combination of other bitter flavours.
And it wasn't just the smell of food that would have filled the air. In fact, Constantinople was famous for its spice markets and perfumeries, as this extract from the City Guild's Book of Regulations shows.
They are to sell pepper, spikenard, cinnamon, aloeswood, ambergris, musk, frankincense, myrrh, balsam, indigo, dyer's herbs, lapis lazuli, fustic, storax, and in short any article used for perfumery and dyeing. Their stalls shall be placed in a row between the milestone and the revered icon of Christ that stands above the bronze arcade, so that the aroma may waft upwards to the icon and at the same time fill the vestibule of the royal palace.
Sugar, ginger, and sandalwood came to Byzantium from India, while nutmeg and cloves came from as far away as Indonesia. On the days when imperial processions and religious ceremonies were being held, the unpleasant everyday smells of the medieval city were covered with wreaths of rosemary and pine chips, as well as rose petals, which were hung in the streets along with bundles of marjoram. But above everything else, visitors to the city were struck time and again with awe by its size and magnificence. At 500,000 people, it was the largest city they would ever see, and on witnessing its massive walls, its paved boulevards and tall spiraling columns, its vast palace, and the golden dome of the Hagia Sophia glinting in the sun, visitors to the city were often left speechless. In the mid-10th century, the poet Constantinos of Rhodes wrote about the effect this city had on arriving travellers.
After a long and wearisome journey, the traveller sees from a distance towers rising high into the air, and like strong giants in stride, columns that rise up to the highest point, and tall houses and temples whose vast roofs reach to the heights. Who would not become instantly filled with joy? And when he reaches the wall and draws near to the gates, who does not greet the city, lower his neck, kneel to the ground and grasp the famous earth?
But over the preceding centuries, the world around Constantinople had changed. In Western Europe, the post-Roman era had given way to the Middle Ages. The Latin-speaking Western Empire had fractured and made way for a patchwork of kingdoms, speaking numerous different languages, but all tied together with their relationship to a church that spoke Latin in its services. These people of Western Europe seemed terribly crude to the sophisticated people of Byzantium. They referred to them sometimes simply as Latins, but more commonly as Franks. The ancient capital of Rome had risen once again, not as an imperial power, but as the center of Roman Catholicism and the seat of the Pope. The differences in translation between the Greek and Latin religious texts naturally led to disagreements between the branches of Christianity, some of them exceedingly bitter. In the year 1054,
Yeah, no
an
clown
event
colors.
known as the East-West Schism would tear the Christian world
Definitely not
down
that.
the middle. All Latin churches in
I
Constantinople
want to make
were
the
shut down,
red.
and excommunications
I need to make them
were
red
fired
more
like
vibrant.
volleys of arrows from one side of Europe to another.
Like it's too
This
desaturated.
rift
Like the red
between
is
the
too
Latins
desaturated,
and the
but
Greeks
the white
would only
is
grow wider as time went on.
okay.
In Western Europe, a feudal system now dictated that high-born people the lords and ladies of the land were born into their right to rule. In the West, it was impossible for peasants to rise above the lowly station they were born into. But in Byzantium, there was no legal status given to nobles. There were the powerful and wealthy, of course, and they used every means available to maintain and increase that power. But those great families could fall, and others could rise out of nowhere. The founder of one great ruling dynasty, a 9th century king named Basileus I, is one incredible example. He was another peasant who travelled to the city to escape the poverty of his life in the countryside, and he rose through Byzantine society to become the emperor. Over its history, 4 emperors of Byzantium were also women. The lack of feudal system.
Ah, there we
the
go. That's what I'm
empire a
looking for.
remarkably
Something
modern
like that.
kind of bureaucracy for
Attack
its
on Titan
time.
vibes.
Western European kings.
Yeah, that
now
looks a
ruled
lot
over
cooler, I think.
fractious land-holding lords and feudal barons, all
We
of
need to
whom
fix the
had to be
bit.
constantly placated in order to keep the
But yeah,
peace
something like
and
this
avoid a
is
civil
exactly
war.
what I was trying to go for. It's just
These
a little bit
lords
too...
would raise their own
It wasn't
armies
intense
and
enough.
taxed their own peasants, only coming together under the king's banner in times of war. But the
So I'm eating
Byzantine
something.
Empire
I don't know if you guys can
collected
hear.
taxes directly from its provinces, just as the ancient Romans had, and they operated a centralized bureaucracy that paid magistrates and officials, as well as its powerful and centralized military.
So yeah, we're
But
gonna go
despite
for like
this,
an Attack on
Byzantine
Titan sort of
emperors
color
sat
scheme
at the
for
top
these
of an
guys.
incredibly precarious pyramid. They were often elected into their place and spent their time on the throne under constant threat from those around them, from other courtiers plotting palace coups, and from members of the military who might grow too powerful and attempt to topple them. Successful Byzantine emperors ruled through a delicate balancing act, keeping the peace
So what was it?
with all the competing interests of the empire.
It's like
And this
mask.
posed a constant paradox.
It's fine. I can just like I can just do that. And then
Emperors needed
this is fine.
competent people to operate the various important positions in their government, but the most competent people tended to also be the most ambitious, and
believe
could
it
therefore
was.
pose the greatest danger.
Wait, let's go undo that.
To deal with these challenges, Byzantine emperors used a number of different tactics.
We need to get the
Firstly,
actual
in
numbers.
General, they
So
didn't rule through their family.
that's that.
Any brothers or uncles
Tolerance.
that might pose a challenge were swiftly shipped off to the provinces the moment a
So
new
like
emperor
2,
was
I
crowned,
guess, right?
and
I
were
think
usually
s-
given
I think it was
some
2.
inconsequential position where they could
Saturation
cause little trouble.
is like
It was
point,
also imperial
point
policy
2 should be
that
good
no
enough.
general was allowed to command troops in his home province.
Maybe
A rule designed to prevent
point
any
3.
general from building up too large a
That
base
is
of support
pretty intense.
and challenging the authority of the empire. As we saw in the last episode, this was a policy
0.22, I
that the
think.
Han Dynasty of China would have done
Okay.
well to adopt. As a further insurance policy,
And
many
then
emperors gave
here.
positions of power to those who could not take the throne, often
Math
eunuchs or
bad.
bishops. Later on, these figures would even be given command of the armies of the empire.
Inverse.
But the final insurance policy of any emperor was ensuring that he had a solid
0.22.
base of support among the actual people of the empire.
Yeah, that looks so
and
much
its
nicer.
political elites.
Before it's like
If people
so
supported
desaturated.
their emperor, then it was less likely that a coup could succeed, and so emperors spent much of their time trying to increase this support, especially in the great city of Constantinople. Despite the reputation it has earned in the West, despotic emperors didn't last long in Byzantium. In the centuries following the rise of Islam, the Byzantine Empire became exceptional at projecting what we might call soft power. Having discovered how costly wars could be, it now preferred, where possible, not to fight. The kings of Byzantium were happy to let the majesty of their capital city speak for itself. They allowed foreign princes and kings to compete for the hands of Byzantine princesses. and gave them titles of the empire as a form of honor. The Byzantines hosted young princes of foreign powers, educating them in the capital and raising them among the sophisticated aristocracy of the empire. And they were also experts at creating vast ceremonies that impressed and overwhelmed the ambassadors of foreign powers.
Some quick recoloring here.
In the year 946, one delegation from Cilicia were greeted in the reception hall of the imperial palace, decked out with silk hangings, laurel wreaths and flowers,
this looks so good now.
And slung with silver chains, the floors all decorated with Persian carpets, and the whole vast room sprinkled with rosewater. The entire court stood there in ceremonial regalia of red, gold, and purple, thousands of people chanting along with the music of organs. Meanwhile, the emperor sat on a throne, modeled after the biblical throne of Solomon, surrounded by mechanical moving animals powered by water and clockwork, birds and lions cast in silver that roared and warbled through intricately designed instruments in their throats. This throne could even be mechanically lifted into the air while the ambassadors knelt before it. All of this theatre served to impress and terrify those who visited the empire. All of it projected one simple message: you have arrived in the eye of Europe, the new Rome, the center of the world. And it worked. After one visit, the ambassadors of one Prince Vladimir of Kiev returned to their king with the following breathless report about their time in the city.
We knew not whether we were in heaven or earth, for on earth there is no such splendor or such beauty. We only knew that God dwells there among men, and their service is fairer than the ceremonies of other nations.
But soft power didn't always suffice, and when it failed, there was always
now I know what to do.
Army.
It's like I was wondering, something is not right with this model. It's
the
definitely
army
like
of
the colors.
was a large and powerful
Definitely needs something
force.
a bit more vibrant.
In the mid-10th century, it was made up of roughly 140,000 soldiers. This was around 1% of the empire's population, and 5% of all adult males. The army was divided into local defense forces, known as taimata, and the professional standing armies, known as tagmata, who were mostly stationed in the capital. These different types of army allowed for some flexibility in warfare, but they were also used to keep checks on one another. They were often given joint command of a province, meaning that no one general could get any ideas about turning the strength of his men against the empire and making a bid for the throne. A lesson that seems clearly drawn from the constant civil wars that had once plagued the Western Empire. The Byzantines also employed foreign mercenaries, usually small units of specialized soldiers drawn from neighboring lands. But easily their most powerful military asset was the formidable might of their capital, the untakeable city of Constantinople. Over the centuries, they increased the city's siege defenses even further. The Byzantines constructed several hundred enormous underground cisterns to store water, meaning that they would never run out during even the longest sieges. The largest of these, known as the Basilica Cistern, has 366 columns supporting its immense underground vaults. But just as impressive are three great open-air cisterns, built near the Theodosian walls. To give you a sense of their size, one of them today houses a football stadium. The Byzantines also cast an enormous iron chain, its links as thick as a man's arm, that could be winched across the whole length of the Golden Horn, barring entry to the port of the city to any would-be attackers. Time and again, the Byzantines would fall back to the defences of their city, and there no attacker was able to defeat them. But through the 11th century, a new threat was rising that would prove a challenge too great for the Byzantine Empire to face alone, a threat that would ultimately force them into a difficult and painful compromise, and lead in the coming centuries to the ruin and waste of their great capital. This was the rise of the Seljuk Turks. From their homeland near the Aral Sea, the Turks had built an empire that now stretched across mainland Persia and across the Middle East, capturing the cultural center of Baghdad and much of Syria and the eastern Mediterranean coast. In the year 1071, the Byzantine Emperor Romanos IV Diogenes considered them enough of a threat to march an army of 40,000 soldiers into Asia to meet them in battle around the area of modern Armenia, at a place called Manzikert. Romanos's army consisted of perhaps 10,000 professional Byzantine soldiers, with around 30,000 regional mercenaries, coming from Georgia, Armenia, and Bulgaria, as well as a large contingent of Turkish mercenaries, and even some Norman knights led by a Frankish general. The march across Anatolia was long and difficult, and the Emperor Romanos didn't endear himself to his troops on the journey. He brought along a luxurious baggage train, while they suffered in hardship. Whispers soon began to spread around the soldiers, and the mood turned mutinous. On the eve of the battle, Romanos split his army in two, intending to send one half in a flanking maneuver against the Turks. But instead, these 20,000 soldiers seemed to have disbanded, leaving him with only half his army left. Some of the Turkish mercenaries seem to have sensed that they were on the losing side, and even defected to the Turkish Sultan, who welcomed them as brothers. In the ensuing Battle of Manzikert, the Byzantines were utterly smashed, and the Emperor Romanos was captured, the first Roman emperor to be taken prisoner in battle in over 900 years. When he was brought before the presence of the Turkish Sultan, the victorious ruler refused to believe that the bloodied and tattered man before him was the mighty emperor of the Romans. But the Turkish Sultan was magnanimous in victory. Romanos stayed in his captivity.
I'm gonna go stretch for a bit. You're back. Sorry for the AFK. I'm making some coffee right now. Grind, grind, grind.
Activity for a week, and during that time he ate at the Sultan's table, while the terms of the empire's surrender were negotiated. The loss at Manzikert
I have a hand
was
grinder.
a devastating blow for the Byzantine Empire. While casualties in the battle itself were not enormous, the blow to its morale was devastating. When the Emperor Romanos returned to the empire, ransomed at the price of 1.5 million gold pieces, with several cities surrendered to the Turks and his daughter promised in marriage to one of their princes, the humiliation proved too much for his subjects. He was toppled from power and cruelly blinded, later dying from an infection related to his wounds. And it's here that the empire's real troubles began. The Byzantine system of succession, cobbled together haphazardly and involving much bribery, deceit, and coup plotting, had worked mostly fine during times of plenty. But under these times of stress, it fractured. The toppling of this emperor led to a 30-year period of unrest, civil war, and palace coups that did far more to damage the Byzantine state than 1,000 battles of Manzikert ever could have. The Emperor Romanos had marched to Manzikert with an army of more than 40,000, but less than a decade later, the armies fighting in the civil wars barely topped 4,000. There were now virtually no Byzantine armies defending the east. The Turks advanced with ease and took more Byzantine cities, so that right as the empire's armies were destroying each other, it was also losing the economic base it would have required to rebuild them. In only a few years, the Byzantines lost all of their vast heartlands in Asia, and their enemies on all sides were emboldened. The catastrophe was so great that Byzantine historians rarely name the Battle of Manzikert, simply referring to it as that dreadful day. The historian Anna Komnena, writing only a few decades later, wrote the following mournful appraisal of the situation.
The fortunes of the Roman Empire had sunk to their lowest ebb, for the armies of the East were dispersed in all directions because the Turks had overspread and gained command of countries between the Black Sea and the Hellespont, and the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean.
Another Byzantine historian, Michael Atalaiates, was even more full of doom.
We were pressed on all sides by the bonds of death.
For centuries now, Western Europe had relied on the Byzantines to hold back the armies of the various Muslim empires that had risen and fallen in Asia. But it was becoming increasingly clear that they couldn't hold out on their own forever. If Byzantium was to continue what the West saw as guarding the gates of Europe, it would need a greater level of military support. In fact, it would need a radical solution that would reshape the balance of power in Europe. Into this situation strode a militant and ambitious pope named Urban II, and he would usher in a new age of violence and conflict that would seek to restore the power and standing of Byzantium, but which would ultimately threaten to tear the entire empire apart. Before becoming pope, Urban II had been a French noble. He had a vision of a new kind of aggressive expansionist Christianity, and soon one Byzantine emperor would give him the chance to test it out. The Emperor Alexios I Komnenos feared for the future of his empire. His Asian lands had completely fallen into the hands of the Turks, and the Byzantines had neither the resources nor the manpower to do anything about it. By the year 1095, It seemed that even the great capital of Constantinople could be in danger. And so Alexios sent out a dramatic series of requests for help, as one anonymous Byzantine source recalls.
Alexios everywhere sent letters, heavy with lamentation and full of weeping, begging with tears for the aid of the entire Christian people, and promising very generous rewards to those who would give help.
Alexios even sent requests for help to some of the empire's bitterest rivals, the bishops of the Roman Catholic Church. In response to his letters,
I'm actually here for good
Alexios
nap.
had probably expected the kind of help he'd gotten in
AFK,
the past.
the stream.
Perhaps a few regiments of well-equipped Western knights to strengthen his beleaguered armies. But he would get much, much more than he bargained for. On the 27th of November, 1095, Pope Urban II called together the Council of Clermont and urged all those present to take up arms under the sign of the cross. For centuries now, European pilgrims had travelled to Jerusalem, to the site where that Jewish rebel had been executed by the occupying Roman forces, and where the world's largest religion had been born. As we've seen, this pilgrimage route usually took them through Byzantium, crossing the Bosphorus at Constantinople and passing through the Cilician gates into Syria and down the coast of the Mediterranean. But with Jerusalem in the hands of the Turks, Pope Urban had a vision of what he called an armed pilgrimage that would spread fire and death in its wake. He declared that with the army they raised, they would recover Jerusalem and the East, and he promised that all those who went to war on his behalf, from the generals to the lowliest foot soldier, would be forgiven of all their sins. To the sin-obsessed people of medieval Europe, this was an incredible promise, and the response they got was enormous. The Byzantine historian Anna Komnena, the daughter of the Emperor Alexios, writing in the 12th century, gives one incredible description of the arrival of this great army.
Then came an innumerable, heterogeneous crowd, collected from nearly all the Frankish countries, together with their leaders, kings, dukes, counts, and even bishops. One might have likened them to the stars of heaven or the sand poured out along the edge of the sea. For these men that hurried on to approach Constantinople were as many as there are leaves and flowers in the springtime.
This unruly horde is thought to have contained more than 100,000 people, a vast migration of Westerners into the East. It was made up largely of mobs of poor peasants, gathered from all the towns and villages of Western Europe,
the
and
dirty,
had marched
unwashed
across
sinners.
the continent, looting and stealing everywhere they passed through. They had only got as far as the Rhineland in Germany when they ran out of provisions, and in response they lashed out in anger at the sizable Jewish population who lived there, massacring their villages and stealing their food and livestock.
That's not nice.
The Jewish poet and legal scholar Eliezer ben Nathan, writing around the year 1096, described these crusaders in the following terms.
Cruel foreigners, fierce and swift Frenchmen and Germans who put crosses on their clothing and were more plentiful than locusts on the face of the earth.
When the Emperor Alexios saw this vast horde
how's
gathered outside
that,
the walls of
voice acting,
Constantinople,
Rusty?
his blood must have run cold.
Scale of
One
1 to 10.
particularly unruly group of crusaders, led by a man named Peter the Hermit, even began looting the countryside and burning Byzantine villages near the capital. The emperor had to dispatch troops to return order. He must have wondered whether unleashing this fearsome force was worth the risk. But perhaps against his better judgment, he decided to make his deal with the devil. After all, these were Christians, even if they were the rough and unsophisticated sort of Latin Christian commonly found in the West. And if this unruly army was what it would take to protect his empire, then he would have to accept it. So he allowed this vast crusader army to cross the Bosphorus and helped them with organization and supplies while they passed into Anatolia, through the gates of Cilicia and into the Holy Land. And the Crusaders, despite their general lack of experience and equipment, did very well. Their vast army took the city of Nicaea in 1097, and Antioch a year after that. Jerusalem was reached in June of 1099, and taken by an assault 1 month later, with the Crusaders massacring the defenders. For the next 200 years, there would be some form of Crusader presence in the Eastern Mediterranean. They set up small city-states and Crusader kingdoms, a kind of early prototype of the settler states that would later characterize European colonialism. And for a period of about 2 centuries, the gamble that the Emperor Alexios had made paid off. The 5 emperors of his Komnenos dynasty presided over a sustained restoration of the military, economic, and political position of the Byzantine Empire, while their Muslim rivals were busy fighting the constant influx of Latin armies over the cities of the Mediterranean coast. Under this military cover, the Byzantine Empire was able to flourish again. But the empire was living on borrowed time. The power of the Crusades demonstrated to the Byzantines that Western Europe was no longer a distant backwater, the scattered remnants of the Western Empire. It had become a world of its own, with its own tensions, its own conflicts, and its own interests. The deal that Alexios had made had unleashed dark forces that would ultimately spiral out of control and bring the whole empire of Byzantium to the brink of destruction. This would all finally come to a head during perhaps the most disgraceful campaign conducted by a crusading army in the East, and it would be known to history as the Fourth Crusade. The goal of the Fourth Crusade was much like those that had come before it: to recapture the city of Jerusalem, which was then held by the powerful Ayyubid Sultanate. Crusades had always been chaotic, poorly organized affairs, run as a kind of directed anarchy. But the Fourth Crusade set a new standard for chaos. Almost immediately, they ran into problems. The Crusaders had planned to march to Venice and there buy passage on Venetian ships to the Holy Land. But when they arrived in Venice, they found that they didn't have enough money to pay their transport. The Venetians saw an opportunity. They asked the Crusaders to march to the town of Zara, one of their rival cities in modern Croatia, that was then held by the Christian Kingdom of Hungary, and burn it to the ground. The Crusaders debated for a long time, but ultimately decided that any action was justified if it ultimately ended up in the recapture of Jerusalem. They marched to Zara, besieged the city, sacked it, and burned it to the ground. This act of violence against their fellow Christians shocked all of Europe. Pope Innocent III issued an order of excommunication for the whole Crusader army, writing the following burning condemnation of their actions.
Behold, your gold has turned into base metal, and your silver has almost completely rusted. Since departing from the purity of your plan and turning aside from the path onto the impassable road, you have withdrawn your hand from the plow. For when you should have hastened to the land flowing with milk and honey, you turned away, going astray in the direction of the desert.
The leaders of the Crusader army, perhaps wisely, chose not to pass news of their excommunication down to their men. But while many viewed the presence of this vast, unruly army as a danger, others saw in it an opportunity. One of these men was named Alexios IV Angelos. Alexios had been the son of a Byzantine emperor, but his father had been deposed in a coup, and now he lived in exile with his brother-in-law, the King of Germany. Angelos lived much of his early life in a state of great bitterness about his family's loss, and he must have spent long hours fantasizing about returning himself to the throne of Byzantium. All his life, he had been told that the people of Constantinople waited in anxious anticipation of his return, and perhaps he even believed it. And when he heard news of the failing Fourth Crusade, still heavily in debt to the Venetians, running out of money and wintering in the ruined city of Zara, he saw his chance. Angelos approached the leaders of the crusade and offered them a simple deal. You take the city of Constantinople and put me on its throne, and I will open the vast treasuries of Byzantium, pay off your debts, and fund the rest of your crusade to Jerusalem. The leaders of the crusade jumped at the opportunity. When Pope Innocent heard of their plans, he wrote to them again, pleading with them to stop the violence against their fellow Christians. But it was too late. The Crusaders set sail in April 1203 aboard a Venetian fleet, including 100 ships designed for horse transport. But even on their journey to the city, they began to detect warning signs that the Emperor Angelos may not have the army of loyal subjects inside Constantinople that he had boasted about. As one Crusader leader, Count Hugh of St. Paul, recalls,
We passed by the arm of St. George and made port on solid ground in the direction of Iconium. This port lies 1 league from Constantinople. There we were stunned, very much astonished that none of the friends or family of the young man who was with us, or any messenger of theirs, came to him, who might tell him about the situation in the city.
When the Fourth Crusade arrived at Constantinople on the 23rd of June 1203, the city had a population of approximately 500,000 people. One French historian and knight among them, named Geoffrey of Villarduin, wrote one account that records how the Crusaders felt when they finally set their eyes on the great city of Constantine.
All those who had never seen Constantinople before gazed very intently upon the city, having never imagined there could be so fine a place in the entire world. They noted the high walls and lofty towers encircling it, its rich palaces and tall churches, of which there were so many that no one would have believed it to be true had he not seen it with his own eyes, and viewed the length and breadth of that city which reigned supreme over all others. There was indeed no man so brave and daring that his flesh did not shudder at the sight.
The Byzantine civil wars had weakened the state's army, and the city was now defended by a garrison of only 15,000 men, including 5,000 of the famed Varangian Guard, those Viking warriors who defended the kings of Byzantium. The Crusaders crossed the Bosphorus in their fleet of more than 200 ships, and saw that the great defensive chain had been drawn across the Golden Horn, as Sir Hugh recalls.
Okay, I'm back.
Then we made our way towards a certain heavily fortified tower known as Galata. A very great, excessively thick iron chain was fastened to it. It ran across the sea, stretching from the tower all the way to the city walls.
After a number of unsuccessful assaults, with the Crusaders taking heavy losses, on the 12th of April they were finally successful. They landed their ships below the sea walls of Constantinople, much lower than the land walls in the west. They anchored their ships below the walls and swarmed up their masts, scrambling across catwalks to reach the ramparts. Other ships landed on the shoreline and used picks and shovels to hack away at a gateway that the defenders had hurriedly bricked up. The city's defenders were beaten back, and the Crusaders managed to break the chain that hung over the Golden Horn. They sailed into the port of Constantinople and raised up their exile prince, Alexios Angelos. He had told them that the people of Constantinople would welcome him with open arms, cheering him as a liberator. But the sounds they heard in that moment were not cheers. In fact, half the population of Constantinople had come out to jeer at the emperor in exile from the walls. But the numbers of the Crusader army won out, and the emperor of the time soon fled the city. The exile Alexios Angelos was crowned emperor of the Romans on the 1st of August. But now Angelos realized that his grand promises about paying off the Crusaders' debts would have to be kept. The Crusader Sir Hugh, writing to the Pope and trying his best to make the conquest of Constantinople look like it had been a good idea, reassured him of Angelos's promises.
Our new emperor, with everything that he had promised us fully and completely rendered, bound himself to us by oath to cross the sea with us in next March's voyage, accompanied by 10,000 soldiers, and to provide food for 1 year to the entire army of the Lord.
But the actual situation was much different. Angelos soon found that he had vastly overestimated the wealth he would find in the imperial treasury. A century of civil wars had all but emptied it, and when the previous emperor fled the city, he had taken with him more than 1,000 pounds of gold, along with priceless jewels. With the large and unruly Crusader army still camped restless and impatient in the city, awaiting their payment, the new Emperor Angelos ordered that the funds should be raised by any means necessary. He ordered soldiers to march through the streets, bursting into churches and taking any priceless works of Byzantine art that they could find. These were to be destroyed and melted down to strip them of their gold. The sight of this new emperor sending troops into the churches to destroy their treasures must have sent shivers down the spines of the average citizen of Constantinople. But even then, Angelos had barely made a dent in the sum he had promised to the Latin warriors. Frustrated at their inability to fight with Muslims in the Holy Land, the Crusaders began destroying Constantinople's mosques and persecuting its small Muslim community. But Constantinople lived up to its reputation as the refuge of strangers. The city's residents came out in force to protect their Muslim community from the foreign soldiers, and in retaliation, the Crusaders set the city ablaze. Riots soon broke out in the city. These riots turned into a full-blown revolution, and the new Emperor Angelos was swiftly overthrown by a rebel leader named Ducas. He was strangled in February of the year 1204. The Crusaders demanded that the new Emperor Ducas honor the debt that had been promised to them. When he refused, they embarked on a campaign of revenge and destruction that saw the city ravaged over 3 days of blood and fire. The historian Nikitas Choniates, who lived in Constantinople at the time, records what happened next.
Constantine's fair city, the common delight and boast of all nations, was laid waste with fire and blackened by soot, taken and emptied of all wealth.
The Crusaders began an unconstrained campaign of looting and destruction, aimed at stripping every ounce of value from this great city. Nikitas Choniates mourns the events of those days.
Bloody raindrops did not pour down from the heaven, nor did the harvest turn blood red, nor did fiery stones fall out of the sky, nor was anything new observed, but many-legged and many-handed justice appeared without the sound of footfall or handclap, as a zealous avenger fell silently and inaudibly upon the city, and made us the most ill-starred of men.
During those 3 days, many works of priceless Roman and Greek art were either stolen or destroyed. The famous bronze horses that decorated the Hippodrome were sent back to adorn the facade of St. Mark's Basilica in Venice, where they remain to this day. Other statues were melted down to make bronze coins, as Nikitas Choniates recalls.
These barbarians, haters of the beautiful, did not allow the statues standing in the Hippodrome and other marvellous works of art to escape destruction, but all were made into coins. Thus great things were exchanged for small ones.
The Crusaders systematically violated the city's holy sanctuaries, destroying or stealing all they could lay hands on. Not even the tombs of the emperors inside the St. Apostles' Church were spared. Thousands of Constantinople's civilian population were massacred, and most of the Byzantine aristocracy fled the city. Nikitas Choniates describes a column of aristocratic refugees fleeing the city and being mocked for their ill fortunes by Byzantine commoners.
The peasants and common riffraff jeered at those of us from Byzantium and were thick-headed enough to call our miserable poverty and nakedness equality. Many were only too happy to accept this outrage, saying, "Blessed be the Lord that we have grown rich," and buying up for next to nothing the property that their fellow countrymen were forced to offer for sale, for they had not yet much to do with the beef-eating Latins, and they did not know that they served up bile like wine, nor that they would treat the Byzantines with utter contempt.
Declaring a great victory for Christendom, the Crusaders selected an emperor from among their ranks and divided the territory of the empire into various new Crusader states. The Byzantine Empire fractured. Constantinople was ruled by a Western emperor for the next 60 years, and its citizens referred to this regime as Francocratia, or the rule of the Franks. But the Latins soon found that governing this large and fractious empire was no easy matter. Over the course of their rule, they lost one territory after another, until their empire was reduced to no more than the city of Constantinople, while a number of competing states at Nicaea and Trebizond claimed the true mantle of Byzantium. The last Latin emperor of Constantinople was a man nicknamed Baldwin the Broke due to his incessant money problems. He was forced to sell some of the city's priceless Christian relics to keep the state running. He sent the supposed crown of Jesus to the West in exchange for much-needed cash, and even sent one of his sons to Venice as collateral for a loan. Baldwin's mismanagement proved too much for the people of the empire, and he was eventually ousted from the throne by a Byzantine lord. The throne of Constantinople returned to the hands of the Byzantines. Much of modern Greece and the Asian territories returned to the empire, but it was still a much diminished throne. A monk named Photi travelled through the Byzantine countryside to Constantinople only a few years later, in the year 1277, and commented on the diminished state of the once great empire.
Although the cathedrals are magnificent, we were greatly saddened to see the rest of the city had fallen on hard times. Its trade has been severely curtailed and, the outrage. The new trading colonies of the wicked Latins. They have insinuated themselves to secure advantages at the expense of the Greeks. The spacious markets were mostly abandoned, and many of its fine stone churches were in a poor state of repair.
Over the decades since the sack of the city and the mismanagement of the Latin emperors, the population of Constantinople had barely recovered. It was no more than 35,000 by the end of the reign of Baldwin the Broke. And the city during this time must have been an eerie place. The streets of the capital no longer bubbled with the sounds of a dozen languages, and merchant ships no longer stopped at its harbour. Constantinople was now little more than a cluster of villages inside the ancient walls, separated by overgrown wasteland, fields, and crumbling ruins, as the Burgundian noble Bertrandon de la Brocquière recalled in 1432 with something of a sneer.
The city of Constantinople is made up of villages. There is much more open space than buildings.
Another visitor during this time, an archbishop of Smyrna named Brocardus, wrote with barely concealed disappointment about the city he found within the great Theodosian walls.
Although the city is large, only a modest number of people live there in relation to its size. Barely a third of the city is inhabited. The rest is made up of gardens or fields or vineyards or wasteland. The population consists of fishermen, merchants, artisans, and cultivators. The nobles are few in number. They are as weak as women.
If we want to imagine what the city might have looked like during this time, we can look at the example of the war-torn city of Nicosia in Cyprus, where a depopulated buffer zone has existed since 1974, dividing it between north and south. No one lives in this abandoned district of the city, and everywhere nature has taken its course. The roof beams of the abandoned buildings have fallen in, their shattered terracotta tiles littering the ground. Aloes, prickly pears, and olive trees burst through the windows and walls, pushing their roots where the plaster is cracked and broken. Churches and schools, houses and shops are all crumbling, their rooms now open to the sky, turning into shaded gardens of wild, rambling overgrowth. Now lapwings and larks flit between the crumbling walls, while endangered species of flower, like orchids and the rare Cyprus tulip, grow here among the ruins. Even in the still populated parts of the city, Constantinople must have been an eerie place. It was built to house more than 500,000 people, but it now contained barely 10% of that number. Its wide avenues and vast spice markets, its fairs and perfumeries, must have been virtually empty, silent and cold as packs of dogs wandered through the lonely streets. The Byzantine Empire was now a shadow of its former self. The 14th century brought crop failures and the Great Famine of 1315, but this was followed quickly by the arrival of an even greater disaster, one that would spread death and destruction to every corner of Europe. That was the arrival of the Black Death. The first records of the plague begin in the city of Kaffa in Crimea. The city was under siege by forces of the Mongol Empire. But then what seemed like a miracle happened. A disease began to spread among the Mongol troops, one so devastating that it forced them to abandon their siege. But as a parting shot, the Mongol commander loaded the bodies of some of the plague victims onto his catapults and hurled them into the town. As soon as the Mongols left, a group of merchants left Kaffa for Constantinople and brought the plague with them. Constantinople was the epicenter for the Black Death in Europe. It spread from there along all of Europe's trade routes and caused tremendous mortality along the way. The Black Death would visit Constantinople 11 times over the next 100 years, and each wave of the disease had devastating consequences. The Greek writer Nikephoros Gregoras wrote about the horrifying effects of this disease on the city.
During that time, a serious and pestilential disease invaded humanity. Starting from Scythia and Maeotis, it lasted for that whole year, passing through and destroying the continental coast, towns as well as country areas, up to Gadara and the columns of Hercules. The prominent signs of this disease were tumorous outgrowths at the roots of thighs and arms, and simultaneously bleeding ulcerations, which carried the infected rapidly out of this life.
One Byzantine emperor, Ioannis VI, even had his youngest son killed by the plague. Later in his life, he retired to a monastery after losing a disastrous 6-year civil war, and devoted his time to writing a recent history of the Byzantine Empire. In it, he describes the destruction wrought on his people by the disease.
The invading plague started from the Scythians, attacked almost all the sea coasts of the world, and killed most of their people. For it swept not only through Pontus, Thrace, and Macedonia, but even Greece, Italy, and all the islands, Egypt, Libya, Judea, and Syria, and spread throughout almost the entire world. So incurable was the evil that neither any regularity of life nor any bodily strength could resist it. Strong and weak bodies were all carried away, and those best cared for died in the same manner as the poor.
In the 14th century, the Byzantine Empire had begun to look remarkably like the Western Roman Empire, nearly 1,000 years before. The plague exacerbated its economic problems, and a number of destructive civil wars had fatally drained the empire's manpower and resources. In the year 1343, the Empress Dowager, known as Anna of Savoy, embroiled in a raging civil war over the Byzantine throne, even took the drastic measure of pawning the empire's crown jewels to the Venetians, which included the imperial crown. And while this was nominally a loan, Venice paid 30,000 ducats for these jewels, which included the imperial crown. This was more than twice what the city of Constantinople produced in a year, and the Byzantines had no hope of ever repaying it. Although subsequent Byzantine rulers tried to get these jewels back, they met with no success, and the empire's crown jewels would remain in Venice until the city's capture by Napoleon, when they were likely melted down for their gold. In place of the old Byzantine crown, the rulers of the empire now sat under a shoddy new crown made of gilded leather and cut glass. This was a sad symbol of the reduced state of Byzantium. But luckily, the empire's rivals were also suffering. While it mostly avoided the ravages of the plague, the empire of the Seljuk Turks was destroyed by the arrival of the Mongol armies of Genghis Khan. Baghdad was burned in the year 1258, and the river Tigris famously ran red with blood and black with the ink of the books thrown into the waters from Baghdad's libraries. The Seljuk territories were divided into a number of small Mongol client states, known as beyliks. But once the Mongol armies left, one of these states would soon rise to conquer the others, and reform the power that the Seljuks had once held. This was a state known as the Ottoman, and its rise would spell the final end for Byzantium. The Ottoman rise to power in Anatolia is wreathed in legend, and it can be difficult to separate fact from fiction. But it's clear that they had great diplomatic skill and the ability to raise vast numbers of troops, especially powerful units of archers. Within 90 years of the first establishment of the Ottoman Beylik, they had grown into a powerful force, and the Byzantine Empire had once again lost every one of its Asian territories to its expansion. In the year 1354, a great earthquake struck the region, and the Byzantine fortress in Gallipoli, in Europe, was all but destroyed. The Greek citizens of the area fled the destruction, and the Ottoman Sultan seized his chance. He crossed the waters into Europe and occupied the area, quickly fortifying it and refusing to leave, despite the pleas of the Byzantine emperor. This was the first foothold in Europe for the new power of the Ottoman Empire, and their presence here would only grow as the 14th and 15th centuries wore on. By 1400, the Roman Empire had been reduced to nothing more than the city of Constantinople, some territories in Greece and a few Aegean islands. The Ottoman Empire advanced in Europe, swallowing up territories, and slowly a pincer began to form around the city of Constantinople. The powers of the West, realizing too late the danger posed by the Ottomans, put together a number of crusades in an attempt to halt their conquests. But for Byzantium, their help came with a price. In the Council of Florence, which opened in the year 1438, the Byzantines met with delegates from the Latin Church in an attempt to bring the two sides of the Christian world together. But what took place was less a compromise than a complete surrender. The Greek Orthodox priests caved in to Latin pressure on a number of key theological differences and essentially surrendered to the authority of the Pope. The reaction in Byzantium was bitter. Many saw this surrender as a necessary evil, a temporary measure while the threat of the Ottoman advance loomed over the city's head. But others saw in it a kind of cultural suicide. One Byzantine priest, Lucas Notaras, is even said to have uttered this damning indictment.
I would rather see a Turkish turban in the midst of the city than a Latin mitre.
To many, it must have seemed that Byzantium had pawned away not just its princes, its holy relics and its crown jewels, but also
and history
its
is some
soul.
heavy shit.
And to add insult to injury, this spiritual compromise achieved very little. The Crusade of Nicopolis that the Latin Church put together in the year 1396 was utterly defeated by Ottoman forces. Half a century later, the Crusade of Varna met with an even more crushing defeat, with the King of Poland, King Vladislav III, dying in battle. These efforts distracted the Ottomans for some time, but their abject failures discouraged the kings of the West from sending any more aid to the dying empire of Byzantium. The man who would finally topple the empire that had lasted for 1,000 years was born in the year 1432. He was an Ottoman king by the name of Mehmed II, and he would be known to history as Mehmed the Conqueror.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas I'm getting from listening to these podcasts.
The Sultan Mehmed
for
was
my
an
own game.
enigmatic character, full of contradictions. He came to the throne of the Ottoman Empire in the year 1444, a boy of only 11 years old. His mother had been a slave, and when he was crowned, he swore by the Prophet and the Quran that he would devote himself to maintaining peace with the Empire of Byzantium for as long as he lived. In Constantinople, church bells rang out in celebration at the news of his coronation. But Mehmed had many sides to his character. On one hand, he was a poet and a scholar, fluent in several languages, but he also had a cold and ruthless side. Upon becoming Sultan, still only a boy, it's said that he strangled his infant half-brother in his crib to remove the potential challenger to his throne. The young Mehmed inherited an empire that was already of considerable size. It held territory across much of what is today Turkey, as well as large holdings in Greece and Bulgaria. But there was still one territory in the midst of all this land that he still couldn't lay claim to. That was the city of Constantinople. At the age of 21, in the year 1453, the young Mehmed decided to take his chances. But the city was still a formidable target. It was guarded by only about 10,000 soldiers, but its triple line of land walls, built nearly 1,000 years before, had never been breached. Mehmed knew that to bring down those walls, his armies would need a weapon of a size and power that the world had never seen. And to help him in this task, he hired the services of a radical Hungarian engineer named Orban. Orban had actually offered his services to the Byzantines first, but the cash-strapped empire had refused to give him any money, perhaps not believing his fantastical promises. And so he went instead to the capital of the Ottoman Empire and approached the Sultan Mehmed himself. "Give me the bronze and the gold," he told the Sultan, "and I will build you a cannon such as the world has never seen." Mehmed asked Orban if he could build a cannon that would
I
bring
really
down
couldn't think
the
of anything
Theodosian
else to
walls
put
of
down there
Constantinople,
that would make
and
sense.
Orban gave this reply.
I can cast a cannon of bronze with the capacity of the stone you want. I have examined the walls of the city in great detail. I can shatter to dust not only these walls with the stones from my gun, but the very walls of Babylon itself.
The young Sultan was impressed, and he gave Orban everything he asked for. 3 months later, the monster cannon was completed, and Orban gave it its name, Basilica. Basilica was one of the largest guns ever built. It was over 10 meters long and weighed so much that it had to be dragged to the walls of Constantinople by a team of 60 oxen and 400 men, leveling the land ahead of it and building bridges over ditches and rivers. The cannon edged towards the city at a rate of only 4 kilometers a day. Slowly but surely, inch by inch, the death of Constantinople was nearing. One of the most remarkable documents to survive from this time is the journal of a Venetian surgeon named Niccolo Barbaro, who lived in Constantinople. And it gives us an incredibly vivid account of the events of the days that followed. In this journal, Barbaro writes about the day that the full might of the Ottoman army appeared outside the walls of Constantinople.
On the 5th month of April, 1 hour after daybreak, Mahomet Bey, came before Constantinople with about 160,000 men and encamped about 2.5 miles from the walls of the city.
When the Sultan arrived at the city with his army and his enormous cannons, he began the siege with a fearsome bombardment. The great cannon basilica was horrifically inaccurate, but when it landed a hit, the destruction it caused was immense. Iron cannonballs had yet to be developed, and so this cannon hurled smooth balls of marble or granite, each weighing 3/4 of a ton, and hurtling for over a mile towards the walls of Constantinople. Due to the immense amount of explosives used in each firing, the cannon had to be cooled with olive oil between shots. We can imagine the sweating workmen toiling around this bronze monster, the air wavering above its superheated sides, the smell of sizzling oil spattering from it, and the sharp smell of gunpowder in the air as each enormous plume of smoke burst from its gaping mouth, and the sound of its firing echoed off the walls of the city like a thunderclap. Inside the city, the psychological toll of this gun must have been immense. It could only be fired 3 times a day, since it had to be cooled between each shot to prevent the barrel from cracking. But when the thunder of its explosions sounded, the citizens of Constantinople must have ducked down and looked up to their ancient walls in fear to see if they would hold. The Venetian Niccolo Barbaro remembers the frantic attempts to repair the walls as the bombardment rained down on the city.
The Venetians set about making good and strong repairs where they were needed at the broken walls. These repairs were made with barrels filled with stones and earth, and behind them there was made a very wide ditch with a dam at the end of it, which was covered with strips of vine and other layers of branches drenched with water to make them solid, so that it was as strong as the wall had been.
The bombardment of the city went on for 48 days, with repeated attempts by the Turks to storm the walls. But even under the fearsome cannon fire and vastly outnumbered, the walls of Constantinople held. Barbaro's diary recounts the fierce fighting that took place.
They found the Turks coming right up under the walls and seeking battle, particularly the Janissaries, and when 1 or 2 of them were killed, at once more Turks came and took away the dead ones, without caring how near they came to the city walls. Our men shot at them with guns and crossbows, aiming at the Turk who was carrying away his dead countrymen, and both of them would fall to the ground dead. And then there came other Turks and took them away, none fearing death, but being willing to let 10 of themselves be killed, rather than suffer the shame of leaving a single Turkish corpse by the walls.
In their moment of darkness, the Byzantines looked to their ancient heritage. The Emperor Constantine XI is said to have addressed his soldiers defending the walls with the following cry:
"Hurl your javelins and arrows against them, so that they know that they are fighting with the descendants of the Greeks and the Romans."
The siege of Constantinople is one of those historical events that has been told and retold countless times, and its events have passed into legend. The fighting on the water, the defenders waiting for the Venetian reinforcements that never came, the Turkish sappers digging tunnels under the walls, and the Byzantines discovering them, the Sultan Mehmed's daring surprise plan to carry his boats over the land, rolling them on wooden rollers, and into the waters of the Golden Horn past its long chain. The events of the siege read like a Hollywood movie, but I think...
What kind of MMO will Project Nova be? I still don't know, actually.
This story has been told
But
enough times by other people.
I'm gonna
I want
try
to
and make
focus
it
here
a bit
on
like
what it
World of
must have felt
Warcraft.
like to be a normal
like
person
in scope,
living in the city of Constantinople during
and
this
see
siege.
where I end up from there.
How it must have felt to watch this city finally come apart from the inside.
I'm not gonna do anything like
During the siege,
too
prayers
crazy.
were held daily in the Hagia Sophia. The austere, somber chanting of the Byzantine monks soaring out
Everything
over
that
the
I'm doing right
imprisoned
now
people
has
of the
been
city.
done before.
The rolling thunder of cannon fire would have sounded outside
It's
the walls
the
like a storm.
combination
Firecracker
of
sound
things that I'll
of
be
smaller
doing
guns popping in the distance,
and the
and
quality
the
that I'll
booming
do them
thunder
in,
of the larger bombard.
which is what will make Project
When
Nova
the wind
unique.
blew towards the city, there must have been a constant smell of gunpowder in the streets, from the Turkish cannons camped far outside the walls. Barbaro notes the growing shortages in the city.
The city was in great distress because of a growing lack of provisions, particularly of bread, wine, and other things necessary to sustain life.
As the mood inside the city darkened and panic began to set
Wine
in,
is
Barbaro
necessary to
remembers the
sustain
appearance
life.
of ominous signs in the sky overhead.
On this same day,
I don't disagree.
22nd of May, there appeared a sign in the sky, which was to tell Constantine, the worthy emperor of Constantinople, that his proud empire was about to come to an end. At the first hour after sunset, the moon rose. It rose as if it were no more than a 3-day moon, with only a little of it showing, although the air
Have you
was
thought about what
clear
kind of
and
combat you'll
unclouded,
do?
pure as
Like
crystal.
action-based,
The
kind
moon
of like
stayed
Terra
full
or
for
more
about
traditional
4
target
hours,
lock and
and gradually
hotkey.
increased to a full circle,
Definitely more
so that at the
action-based.
6th hour of the night,
I'm not a
it was
big
fully
fan of
formed. When we
like target
Christians
lock.
and the pagans had seen this marvelous sign, the
I think
emperor
if you're
of
gonna
Constantinople was
launch
greatly
projectiles
afraid,
or attack
and so
something,
were
you have
his
to like
nobles,
aim.
because the Greeks had a prophecy which said that Constantinople would never fall until the full moon should give a sign.
And panic wasn't confined to the common people of the city. Barbaro notes the increasing despair of the Byzantine emperor and his grief at being left to fight alone by his Western allies.
At this point, the most serene emperor began to weep bitterly for grief, because the Venetians had not sent help, and when the emperor saw this, he decided to put himself in the hands of our most merciful Lord Jesus
There's going to be
Christ,
mech combat
and of his
too.
mother,
Mech combat
Madonna,
will be
Saint Mary, and of Saint Constantine, defender of his city.
it'll
for
be
them
like a
to
key.
guide.
It'll be a key part of Project Nova.
As the walls were pounded into rubble by the enormous Turkish guns, panic began to spread among the commanders of the army too, a panic that became contagious and spread through all the city's people.
Zoan Zustignan, that Genoese of Genoa, decided to abandon his post and fled to his ship, which was lying in the river. The emperor had made this Zoan Zustignan captain of his forces, and as he fled, he went through the city crying,
No boss?
"The Turks have got into the
Where's
city."
the boss?
As despair set in the streets of Constantinople, it was matched by signs of celebration that could be seen in the
boss?
Turkish camp outside the walls.
Where's
whose
the
lights were
godskin
visible
apostle?
at night to the sentries
Anthony.
on the walls.
The Turks
The godskin
set
apostle.
fires
Oh shit, we've been
blazing brightly
invaded.
through the
Okay.
whole of their camp. Every tent in their camp lit 2 fires of great size, and the light from them was so strong that it seemed as if it were day. These fires burned until midnight, and the Sultan had them lit in his camp to encourage his men,
Where's the invader?
because the time was coming for the destruction of the city.
Can I jump this? I
But
probably
finally,
can't.
the time had come.
Let's just come. We'll just
The
go down.
final assault on the city began, and the Turkish soldiers burst over the walls. Barbaro recalls the sound and fury of the ensuing battle.
What kind of co-op is
At
this?
sunrise, the
Is this a
Turks
gank?
entered the city near San Romano, where the walls
Ugh,
had been razed
shit.
to the ground by their cannon. After being driven back from the Barbicans, the Turks again.
He just wanted company. Yeah, it seems like it.
Pagans like hounds came on behind the smoke of the cannon, raging and pressing on each other like wild beasts.
Huh.
So that in the space of a quarter of an hour, there were more than 30,000
Alright,
Turks inside.
guess
the
we'll go
Barbicans,
all the way down.
with such cries that it seemed a very inferno. And the
That's too
shouting
bad I
was
wasted my
heard as
physic.
far away as Anatolia.
Just like the soldiers of the Fourth Crusade, 2.5 centuries before, the Ottomans rampaged through the city, and the bloodshed was tremendous.
What are we doing?
Around the city, the flags of Byzantium,
I
those
thought we were gonna
crescent
kill the
moons
Gunskin
and
Apostle.
stars, were torn down, and Ottoman flags were flown in their place. Hopelessness began
Where
to
are we
set in
going?
among the citizens.
What is this co-op?
All through the day, the Turks made a great slaughter of Christians through the city. The blood flowed in the city like rainwater in the gutters after a sudden storm, and the corpses of Turks and Christians were thrown into the Dardanelles, where they floated out to sea like melons along a canal.
Oh,
No
there
one
he
could
is.
hear any news of the Emperor, what he had been doing.
Oh,
whether
that's
he
not.
was
That's a
dead
bit
or
scary.
alive.
That lag. Holy shit.
Some said that his body had been seen among the corpses, and it was said that he had hanged himself at the moment when the Turks broke in at the San Romano gate.
Finally, the city was taken, and the Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror strode into the ruined streets, victorious. It's said that when he stepped into the haunting ruin of the ancient palace of Bucolion, probably built by the Emperor Theodosius in the 5th century,
Out of mana.
1,000 years before,
What are we doing?
Mehmed uttered 2 haunting lines
What are we doing?
by the famous Persian poet Firdusi, which encapsulate the melancholy ruin that must
Oh,
have
he's dead.
spread before his eyes.
The spider weaves the curtain in the palace of the Caesars. The owl.
I guess
calls the
this is a
watchers
gank.
in the towers of
Interesting.
Aspasia.
Very laggy gank.
The Byzantine Empire had lasted for 1,123 years and 18 days.
Are we doing like the middle
But now
section of the
great
map?
liturgy that echoed from the dome
That could be
of the
fun.
Hagia Sophia fell silent.
This place is usually pretty damn scary if
After
you're
the
going
fall
solo.
of Constantinople, a number of Byzantine lords held on to the fragments of the empire for a few more years. But by
This strange looking Dark
1461,
Souls though.
they had all
I was
surrendered.
playing. Okay, I'll pause this for a sec. I was actually playing some Dark Souls 3 earlier, but man, it's rough, man. Like the game is definitely showing its age. Like at least compared to Elden Ring, like just like the movement, the camera, just like everything just feels so much more. Like in Dark Souls 3, you're fighting against the controls. In Elden Ring, not so much. So like that's why back to Elden Ring. I thought I was gonna do like a playthrough of like magic because I've never done that before. But yeah, it was just too jank. Oh, we can kill this. This is a minor boss, isn't it? That is a big one. That's what we call a... Oh. That's what we call a big one. Ah, it's wasted. Terra Magica? Link up? Night Comet? We should like 3-shot it maybe? Oh, it's dead. Worm face. Well, that's that. That's the co-op. Not too hard. Yeah, I do love Dark Souls 3. I feel like Dark Souls 3, it's like a bunch of legacy dungeons strung together. Elden Ring, like the open world areas are really cool, but you don't get the persistent sense of danger. Just because like it's more open. There's like more room for you to move around and avoid enemy attacks. It's not as closed in. And like the build variety. The build variety of Elden Ring, you can make some really crazy builds that make the content more or less trivial. Like what I'm doing right now, dual Staff of Losses with Night Comet. It's basically just one-shotting everything. So it is a pretty... I wouldn't say it's a low skill build because it's also a glass cannon, so if I take one hit, I'm basically dead. So I really have to be on those dodges, on the critical dodges. Yeah, I miss like Dark Souls 3. It felt scarier. It's a more scary game. Yeah, magic is definitely more valuable. Just like the increased lock-on range. When I was playing Dark Souls earlier, the lock-on range is so small. It's definitely meant for melee combat and not for ranged combat. They weren't thinking mages were going to actually like use projectile attacks or something, I guess. They're like, oh yeah, we'll just add magic just because like other games have magic in them. Without actually thinking, oh, you know, maybe if mages have to sacrifice vigor for mana, maybe we should give them a longer lock-on range so they can actually survive. Oh god, it's the fire giant. I don't like the fire giant because, not because he's difficult or anything, it's because the hosts usually get one shot, or I usually just come here and then the host dies. It's because like people don't level their vigor like me. But like they don't level their vigor and then they don't know how to dodge either. So it's like the double whammy of not being able to survive. And the host is lagging too, which is not a good sign. Ooh, that's scary. Fire giant is also like, oh my god. Yeah, so like almost 3,000 damage in one hit is pretty nuts for ranged. Oh, I thought I was gonna do a roll. I'm out. The lag is working in my favor. Oh, maybe not. If you're doing a no vigor build, you need to know how to dodge. If you can't dodge, then you just can't do a no vigor build, and that's okay. But definitely need to learn how to dodge, or maybe you can do like a no vigor build with a shield, possibly. But yeah, it's just do I hit his hands now? I think I hit his hands, right? Ooh, we gotta watch out. Watch the ground, watch the ground. Oh my god, that got me. Oh my god. Not expecting that. Pop bubbles. I'm out of mana. I have 2 pots left. That's fine. Should be enough. Should probably buff up again. Oh shit, what is that? Oh my god, that's not good. I'm dead. Almost! That attack is like really hard to dodge though. I think the host just wants you to fight him. Yeah, usually that happens. I don't think the host did anything there. Yeah, usually when I see the host that like if they just want the co-op to kill the boss for them, I usually just I usually don't participate. But I kind of wanted to fight Fire Giant then. Just haven't fought him in a while. What kind of build are you going for, Silver? What kind of build are you bringing into the DLC?
Mehmed the Conqueror moved the capital of his empire to Constantinople and gave himself the title of Caesar. He also set about an ambitious project to restore the capital of Constantine, just as the ancient emperor had more than a millennia before. At the palace of Blackernay, now crumbling and
Faith
ruined,
and Shield. Ooh.
he began a series of renovations.
That sounds like a really good build.
Magnificent gardens that the historian Critobulus
Someone's
of
chatting.
recalls with awe.
Yeah, Rusty, they're chatting more than you.
A circle of large and beautiful gardens.
Finally, someone is carrying this
bringing forth fruits in season.
This stream.
With abundant streams, cold, clear, and good to drink, studded with beautiful groves and meadows, resounding and chattering with flocks of singing birds.
For the city's beleaguered inhabitants, the conquest of the city.
The Visage Shield is really fun. I have a build that uses the Visage Shield and the One-Eyed Shield.
Of their history was converted
When AI paid me to show up.
as an oyster converts
You know how
painful
people
grains
are
of
like,
sand
oh yeah, we're
into
gonna have
gold.
AI girlfriends.
One such
Well,
legend
you know
is
what?
of
I
a
have
priest who had
I
been
have AI
chanting
chatters
the Hagia
now.
Sophia when the city fell, and who were killed by the rampaging soldiers. They had not been massacred, the legend says, and in fact had melted by some miracle into the south wall of the sanctuary. One day, when the city was back in Christian hands, they would return and take up their service, at the point they had been interrupted. Another legend says that the last emperor of Byzantium...
Only
had
22 more
returned
days, I
from
think,
battle
until the
with city.
DLC. That's gonna go by a lot
He had been
faster
rescued
than
by an angel and turned to stone. Somewhere in a cave below the Golden Horn, the
go by a lot
Mongol
faster
emperor
than we expect, I
awaits
think.
to one day return in triumph.
I've been watching you play Elden Ring for so long, killing the same
Meanwhile,
bosses
the
over and
Turkish
over
people
again.
settled in Byzantium, and a great cultural shift took place in the city's population. But the imprint of Byzantium would leave just as indelible a mark on its
It's a
conquerors
ritual now.
as its conquerors
Rusty
left
comes into
behind.
the stream,
Mehmed
usually like an
II
hour late, he
actually
says hi, and I
claimed
say,
the Ottoman Empire
"Hey
was a
Rusty, what's up?"
continuation of the Roman Empire,
And then that's it.
not
That's
an
the
end
entire
to it.
stream.
In his
and
course,
I
he
and I
gathered
pull up
Italian
some
artists,
like
humanists,
Asmongold or
Greek
something.
scholars, and allowed the Byzantine Church to continue functioning in the city.
Did you see him get
He
roasted by
collected in his
Or
palace
no,
a
good.
library, which included works
I
in
would
Persian,
say
Greek,
Fire
Latin.
Giants
He
usually
even
kills me
invited
like
a Venetian painter to come
2
and
out of
paint
5
his
times.
portrait.
Like if I'm not like
Although
paying
his
attention or anything.
successors
If I'm just playing the game
abandoned
normally,
much
he
of
kills me
these
2 out of
efforts
5 times.
and any claim to the legacy of Rome, it's clear that at least for this emperor of the Ottomans, Byzantium
Like it would have
has
been
left a
nice
deep
if the host
impression on
grabbed
his soul.
aggro here and there.
And the legacy of Byzantium left
But
its
I
mark
guess that's
too
expecting
on the
too
religion
much.
of Islam. While Mecca and Medina were
Can't
its
even expect for
spiritual
the
heart,
host to keep themselves
Constantinople
alive, so
became its cultural heart. The crescent moon had been the symbol of Byzantium since as early as 670 BC, in honor of the city's patron goddess, Artemis. After the capture of Constantinople, Mehmed adopted it for his own banner. Over the centuries that followed, this crescent moon would become the official standard of the Ottoman Empire, and by the mid-20th century had become recognized as the symbol of Islam. As Constantinople fell, the city that had once accepted refugees from all corners of the world now sent its own peoples streaming across Europe. And wherever they went, Byzantine refugees brought with them the ancient learnings of the Greeks. While Aristotle had been known in Western Europe for centuries, now the Latins who welcomed the fleeing Byzantines
I'm gonna go wait over by
introduced
Moog's
the
Arena.
writings of Demosthenes
I'm
and
just gonna
Xenophon,
wait there for the
Plato,
DLC.
Aeschylus, and the Iliad.
Cocoon of the Empyrean.
The historian Edward Gibbon
So
summarizes
did you
the
teach yourself to
seismic
model,
effect
or did you
this
go to
had
school for it?
on the
I
learning
taught
of
myself to model. But like no one really teaches themselves to do stuff, right? I went online, right? I went online and looked up tutorials.
And endowed with learning. From the terror or oppression of the Turkish arms,
But
the
yeah,
natives of Thessalonica and Constantinople
self-initiated
escaped to a
teaching,
land of freedom,
for sure.
curiosity, and wealth, and taught their native language in the schools
I think
of
most,
Florence and Rome.
I would say most 3D artists are
Those
self-taught.
fleeing Byzantium would tutor
There aren't a whole lot of
like the
schools
humanist
out there
philosopher
for
Marsilio
3D
Ficino
art,
and the Italian poet
and the ones that
Luciano
are out
Pavarotti.
there oftentimes teach
The wealthy
outdated,
Medici family of Italy became patrons of one
knowledge.
Byzantine lecturer, opening up the Platonic Academy of Florence. In this way, the fall of
Just because like
Byzantium laid the seeds
like
of what
technology
would
advances
become
so
the
quickly, you
European
really have to
Renaissance. And as one
not
age of
only
history ended, another
model but
would
also
begin.
be on top of new tech that comes
The
out.
fall of Byzantium disrupted long-established trade routes that joined Europe to Asia along the Silk Road. This seismic shift forced European traders to find new routes across the continent.
So yeah, I would say
for
my
markets
teachers were
in
like,
India and China. And the developing technology
Eat
of sailing
3D,
ships like the Caravelle became
Nomon
increasingly
Workshop,
crucial.
just like a bunch of
Only 35 years after the fall
a bunch of
Constantinople,
tutorial
in the year 1488,
websites and
the
YouTubers
Portuguese explorer Bartholomew Diaz rounded
that
the
put out.
southwest
Whoa,
cape
shit! Where
of
am I?
Africa
Oh my god, this
and
is scary.
opened up the
Ah!
sea route to India.
I'm gonna die.
Only
Ah!
4 years after that,
Why am I
the
invisible?
explorer
What the
Christopher
fuck?
Columbus would land in the Bahamas and open up the
What is
exploration
that?
of the New World.
Did I get teleported back
Columbus
because the
was
invader
inspired to undertake his voyage,
invaded
in part
left or
because
died or
of the
something?
ancient texts known as the Geographia.
Am I using
written
mouse
by
and
the
keyboard or
ancient
that
Greek
drawing tablet? I'm
philosopher
using both.
Claudius Ptolemy. This text was one of those that
I'd
was
say you learn
preserved in the library
more
of
learn
Byzantium,
to.
and which
I'd
was
say you
brought to
more
Western
learn a
Europe
tool than how to
after its
3D model.
fall. And although
Um,
governed by different rulers
it's
under a different religion,
both.
Byzantium would continue to welcome the tired
I would
and
say
puzzled
it's
masses
both,
of the
yeah.
world to
There are like
shelter
techniques
behind its
to
great walls.
ZBrush that are like
In
ZBrush
the year
exclusive.
1492, the same
Like,
year
you
that
can't really like
Columbus discovered
model
Hispaniola,
certain
the
things
European anti-Semitism that had been
in
unleashed by
in
the
like real
First
life with
Crusade
like insert
reached a
brush.
fever
I guess you could, but
All the Jews of
I don't
Spain
know.
were expelled by the royal Alhambra decree, and the Sultan Bayezid II, the oldest son of Mehmed the Conqueror, himself now a man of 45 years old, dispatched the Ottoman navy to escort the Jews of Spain safely back to settle in his lands. And for another generation at least, the city of Constantinople would once again earn the title that once emblazoned its name in the European imagination: Refuge for Strangers,
Refuge
the
for
queen
strangers.
of the queens of cities.
I want to go visit Istanbul one day.
Today,
It's called
as the
Istanbul
French
now, right?
writer Gautier found at the beginning of this episode,
Yeah.
the memory of
It would be cool to
Byzantium
visit.
has been buried. And
A
not
lot of
only
history there.
beneath the streets of modern
You can take a
Istanbul.
train from like Paris to
European
Istanbul
Enlightenment
apparently.
thinkers overwhelmingly shared this
Take the
view
Orient
that the
Oriental
Byzantine
Express.
Empire was a fossilized society.
I bet there's lots of art and
unchanging
stuff to check out.
static, a relic
Lots
the
of
past.
cafes.
They believed that the Byzantine Empire had played little part in the history of Europe, except as an embarrassing fossil, a relic of a bygone age. The Turkish author Orhan Pamuk, in his book Istanbul, writes about how the memory of Byzantium has been lost.
Like most Istanbul Turks, I had little interest
Yeah.
in Byzantium as a child.
Exactly.
I associated
Istanbul
the
was
word
once
with
Constantinople.
silky, bearded, black-robed Greek Orthodox priests, with the aqueducts that still ran through the city, with Hagia Sophia, and the red brick walls of old churches.
I wonder, do any of the
To me,
walls still
these were
exist?
remnants of an age
Like so many
distant
armies
that there was little
have
need
attempted to
know
like
about it.
break down the walls.
As for the Byzantines,
I'm sure like some
they had vanished
portions
into
of the
thin air,
walls still
or
exist.
so I'd been led to believe. No one told me that it was their grandchildren's grandchildren's grandchildren.
Like
who
no
now
way
ran the
like
shoe
anyone can like
stores
get rid of
and
all of the
haberdashery
walls.
shops of Beoglu.
Like Gautier, Pamuk writes movingly about the city of his childhood, a place where the crumbling ruins of the past rose out of the modern streets, and the faded districts of Ottoman wood-panelled houses, all of it full of a strange and melancholy beauty.
In Istanbul's poor neighborhoods, beauty resides entirely in the crumbling walls, in the grass, ivy, weeds, and trees. I remember growing from
Parts of the
palms and
Thedosian
walls
walls
of
are still there.
the
Yeah,
beauty of a broken fountain,
that's what I would have
an old
expected.
ramshackle
Like,
mansion,
just like so
the
much.
crumbling wall of an old mosque.
It's
the vines and
like
fig
walls were
trees
made to
intertwined
last.
to shade the old blackened walls of
I
the
mean, if
wooden
the Great
house.
Wall of China is still there,
These sad,
definitely the
malnourished
Thedosian
ruins
walls would
gave
still be there.
Istanbul its soul.
At least
To
in part.
discover the city's soul and its ruins, to see these ruins as expressive of the city's essence, you must travel
It was
down
such a
long,
cool arena, by the way.
labyrinthine path
It's too bad I
full of
like.
historical
Well,
accidents.
it's bad like I like 10-shot Moog with
Pamuk talks about the
Night
city's
Comet.
power to be seen through European and Turkish eyes.
I think it took like 10
about how the
10 or
city of
12 shots, I
strangers
guess.
had now become a stranger to its own citizens.
Apparently, we're going to see
crumbling
like
wall, a wooden teke,
if you guys like,
condemned, abandoned,
if you ever seen like
now
the
fallen into neglect.
Dark Souls
A
lore
fountain from whose
lore
streets no water
YouTubers,
pours.
we're gonna be
A workshop
finding like
in which
Elden
nothing
John
has
or
been
something
produced for 80
in
years.
the
A collapsing building, a row of houses with
in the new
broken
lands.
locations. None of these things
And
look
in the
beautiful to
lands
people
below.
living amongst them. To savor Istanbul's
My
back
first
streets,
go against him was sword and
appreciate
board.
the vines
Me
and
too,
trees
not
that
sword and board,
embellish
but
only
sword
the
and
accidental way.
shield and
You must, first and
spear and board, I
foremost, be
guess.
a stranger to them.
I got destroyed.
Today, the lonely ruins of
That was the
Thedosian
first time
walls of
where I actually like
Constantinople
summoned a lot of
still lie in the
co-op.
modern city of Istanbul,
I like I can't beat this
tracing their
boss
battle
alone at all.
tunnelling
Like
route from the sea
after I
of
get him to
Marmara
second phase,
to
I
the
just get
waters of the
destroyed.
Golden
I didn't know
Horn.
about the
They stand as
the
a
physic
testament
tier that
to the
you're supposed to
spirit of a
use
city
to
that
prevent him
once
from like
promised to
one-shotting you
protect
either.
all the people of the world and shelter them in its embrace. These walls serve as a testament to the power of the people who held the remnants of Rome together.
Yeah,
into a
shield is just
flourishing and stable
having a
empire.
shield is really
A
nice to
wellspring
have
of
when
art and
exploring a
culture,
new FromSoft game.
and a repository
There's so many
of the knowledge
ambushes
of
and
the
stuff
past
that they set
that
up
would
for
pass
you.
its wealth
Like
on to
in dungeons
generations
where like all the
beyond.
imps just jump out at you. There's gonna be more
They
of that.
stand as a symbol
And
of
if you have
an
a shield, you
empire
can just
never
hold a
truly
block while
died.
you're going through a
Your song
dungeon.
today,
It's
engraved
more
in the
cozy that
fabric
way.
of the cultures of
Instead
both
of always
East
being
and
on
West,
edge,
Europe
wondering if
and
you're going to
Asia,
get smacked in the
Christian and
face.
Muslim, reaching back down the ages to the time of the ancients.
I actually have a shield I can use. I might actually use like I have like a backup. I actually use the full moon crossbow. Not many people use
I want to
this,
end the episode
but it's quite
with
good.
the lament
It does a lot of
written by the
damage.
great Byzantine historian
It does a lot of
Nicetas
damage for
Choniates
what it is.
upon seeing the destruction of his city
So
after
if we
its
go to the
sacking by the
Stormvale
Crusader
troll,
army of 1204. Today, this lament stands as one of the most moving
you do a lot
pieces
of
writing
damage
ever
just by like
written
firing
about a lost and destroyed city.
unbuffed. So
A
that's like
wail of
almost
sorrow
400
that
damage
speaks down
with
to
one
us
bolt,
through the
which
ages.
is really good for going through levels with
As you
co-op.
listen, try to imagine what it would have been like to be a citizen of Constantinople in the final
I need to
days
farm
of
more
its empire.
Arturia Leaf. I don't have enough of that.
Imagine what it would feel like.
Yeah, I have a
to
shield
walk
here
the
too.
abandoned streets
Can
of
use
Constantine City, with its roof
carrion,
beams fallen in,
carrion
and olive
shields.
trees growing
This
among
plus
the patches of wasteland
Night Shard. I might
now
actually
spread
do
out
that,
between its sparse
or maybe
inhabited
memorize the
zones.
Slicer spell
Imagine what
for
it
like
must have
dungeons.
felt like to walk its empty marketplaces and hollowed out palaces, to run your hand along its ancient
I have a lot of
stones,
stuff I have
and
to get
see
rid of
the
actually.
sunlight fall on its faded
My
mural,
inventory is a bit
its
full.
glittering golden icons, and the earth-red tiles of its rooftops. Imagine seeing
Lots
the
of
sun
stuff I
set
picked up
on
recently.
the final days of Rome, as the light fades over the Golden Horn and the Sea
Okay.
of Marmara, over the rippling waters of the Bosphorus.
What was I gonna do?
And
I forget.
for the final time, on the dying empire of Byzantium.
Oh yeah, I was gonna farm some Arturia Leaf. It's a bit.
City fortified, city of the great king, tabernacle.
Uplifting
of the
aromatic
Most
is
High,
really good to have
praise
on
and
a
song of his servants
10 vigor
and
build.
beloved refuge for strangers.
Just
Queen
being able
of the
to
queens
survive
of
one hit.
cities, song of songs and splendor of splendors, and the rarest vision of the rare wonders of the world. Who is it that has torn us away from you like darling children from their adoring mother? What shall become
Yeah,
of
that didn't
us?
drop any.
Where shall we go? What consolation
farm one
shall
more.
we find in our nakedness?
I know, I wish there was a
Formed
vendor
from
that
your
sold them.
bosom as from a mother's womb. When shall we look on? Not as you now are, a plain of desolation and a valley of weeping, trampled by armies and despised and rejected, but exalted and restored.
I don't really use uplifting aromatic a whole lot, so I guess it's fine.
As we left the city behind,
I did use one for the last co-op with the
on the ground,
fire giant, so I just want to get like one more.
if what you were built to protect is no more, for what purpose do you still stand? We went forth, weeping and casting our lamentations like seeds.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like
Still
to thank
nothing.
my voice actors for this
Damn.
episode: Annie Kelly,
Surely the next
Cleo
one.
Madeline, Joey L, and
I think
Nicholas
Dark Souls
Rockton.
3 had a vendor mod that you can use to restock. Yeah, Elden Ring also has that. I do. Well, let's just say I know a guy who knows a guy who is really damn good at farming. And he drops me stuff all the time when I'm not streaming. So yeah. But I like to play the game mostly legit, so I will farm these Arturia leaves, even though I do know a guy who knows a guy who can get these a lot easier for me. Come on. still nothing. I'll put on like I'll put on the silver beetle. Where is it? Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay. That's all I wanted. Yeah, let's go back to work. I don't really play a whole lot during these streams. Sometimes I do. I usually play like an hour or two. Right, Rusty? I don't play Elden Ring the entire stream. Clearly not. Use the drop buff item? Yeah. I forgot where I got it. Yeah, I have it here. I actually need to clean up some of the talismans. Like I don't use the claw talisman because this isn't a jumping build. It's been a while since I cleaned out my inventory. Okay, I need all of these. I need to find the +2 of all of these resist talismans. That's what I need to do before the DLC. I want to have like the +2 Flame Drake, etc. I think I know where the +2 Flame Drake actually is. Or maybe, no wait, the +2 Halleck Drake, maybe? It's in Farum Azula. It's in that one side area. I don't need Old Lords. Well, actually, I might pick up Old Lords. This is actually surprisingly useful if you're going like holy builds, and you have like regen and a lot of buffs. This is really good to have. Godfrey, Red Feather. I don't use Red Feather. Don't use Ritual Shield. Don't really use Godfrey Icon, even though it is really good for certain builds. I think that's basically it. Concealing Veil is really nice to have. Just like in some in a very niche scenario where an invader has gone into the world but they also have a Concealing Veil. So where you can mission for that bare metal armor video? Yes. I work for Bare Metal. That's my day job. But at night, I work on my own game. I work on my own game in Unreal Engine. Like making stuff for Bare Metal is super fun, but since it's an isometric game, it's not worth it for me to put in like a whole bunch of time for like really micro details like what I'm doing here. So it's really nice being able to flex all of like ZBrush's capabilities with other projects. This area is like way too white. RGB is on, okay. Nicholas Halleck Tree. Alright, let's go. Insert coin. Oh, you backed SG ages a year because that's awesome. Don't worry, SG will only take 3 to 5 months. Promise. Yeah, not many, man, like not many companies know how much effort and time it takes to make a video game. Like not even Bare Metal back then. It's still a super new company. That's why like Scam Game is like such a common. Whoa, shit! I didn't realize he was like. Gotta focus here a little bit. That's why like Scam Game is like such a common topic. Because I think it's mostly just people who don't know. Like, making games is like some of the toughest work out there. They'll be here one day, yeah. Sooner than we think, I think. Exanima, it's getting closer and closer to 1.0. Like after that, like I think it's just a bit of multiplayer, right? And then maybe some mod support, and then after that, I don't even know if we're doing mod support. Hopefully, it would be nice to give the players some mod support. Like it's definitely something the community's been asking for. Yeah, after that, it's basically just SG. Once like Exanima hits 1.0. The whole team is pretty eager to work on SG. I'll tell you that. Yeah, mod support will be big. Mod support and multiplayer. Holy cow. That would be one hell of a combo for the game's longevity. And both are planned, as far as I know. Those plans haven't changed or anything. So we'll get them eventually. I have to be careful about not making this race too similar to the Herath. Too similar to the mutants in Exanima. I don't want to commit IP infringement against my own work. CD Projekt Red released Red Kit for The Witcher 3. It's basically all their tools that were used while creating The Witcher 3 Unified. So you can mod anything in The Witcher. Wow, really? Damn. That's pretty epic. Does that mean I can play as Eve from Stellar Blade? I can play as Eve from Stellar Blade instead of Geralt. Is that a thing now? I can finally play as a hot anime waifu instead of a old grouchy grandpa. I think it's called Cryptomnesia, where you think an idea is yours, but you actually saw it somewhere before and forgot. Yeah, definitely. I think this is very inspired by Mephisto. I don't know if you guys know Mephisto, but basically, like, Diablo, right? So very, yeah, it's basically like spot on, right? This is like the top half, very, very Mephisto-like. Where else? Yeah, it's kind of hard to find references for Mephisto. Oh, this is really cool. What the heck is this? Kevin Cassidy. Yeah, this is really cool. This is a nice texture here. What is this? There's like a... Can I not click on that? How come I can't open it? Oh, I have to press a little button there. Sheesh. What kind of UI design is that? Yeah, this is pretty cool. I can add some of that. The teeth are nice. I might actually steal that. Like, I know like that's very Warcrafty, so that's why I didn't add it to the teeth here. But like the bottom molars, they can go out a bit. Yeah, let's go do that. Otherwise, she looks like she has like buck teeth. So like that. Ooh, might need to like redo some of the geometry here. I'm not plagiarizing. I'm making my own content. Don't worry, guys. This is definitely original. 100%. Seems like it's more for ripping. Yeah. Yeah. I do think this is a good design though. Like you see this in basically all of like Blizzard art. Like the lower mandibles here, especially like on like orcs and trolls, right? They all have teeth. These the lower canines are always jutting out like that. Let's see, does it look good though? Like something like this. Actually, you know, I don't know. Maybe my version does look better. At least in the context of this model. Yeah, let's go just do my own thing. I thought it might look better here. I don't know. Maybe I can just, maybe this could be like an option. Teeth type could be an option here. What does it look like when it's like rotated out? Let's go check that out. I haven't checked that yet. Let's go grab this. Grab these polys here. Oops. Go do that. Maybe like right here. What here? Like that, and then like that. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Let's go hide the tongue. Alright, we can like rotate the tongue down. I actually need to recolor the tongue. Whoa, what the fuck? Let's go like color it RGB fill. Okay. And then yeah, something like that. The tongue needs to be more alien too. Is this a vampire or something? No, it's not the vampires. I'll show you what the vampires look like. These are the infested. The vampires are... they're less scary. Actually, might as well just like load up the Unreal project because the vampires, they're already like baked. Here we go. Oh, this is a different folder. Here we go. Wait, where is the... wait. That's opening. Okay. Here we go. I can't open new project in ZBrush. That would not work. Yeah, the vampires are cute demons. The vampires are cute demon girls. These spikes here, they need to be sharper and stuff as well. Like these spines. Oh yeah, where are the spines? Don't I have like spines here? Here we go. Yeah, there we go. I thought I was missing something. Yeah. Yeah, here's like the player model is like it's like an experiment of like low poly. But I thought, you know what? I have the skills to do high poly, so might as well. So here's like the vampires. I don't know why my camera is so high. I think I was like adjusting. Yeah, I was adjusting some camera stuff. So like you see how the crosshair is like lower. I learned this trick from Destiny 2. Basically, if you have the crosshair lower, your game looks better because instinctively like the player is looking up instead of like looking like that all the time. They're like looking like that, so you can see more of like buildings and like everything else that will be in the game. But yeah, I've just been like experimenting with different tints and stuff, so I can just like the eyebrows and stuff, I can change the color just by adjusting the material instance. Which one is it? I just have to figure out which one it is. I think it's this one here. Is this a dark colored one? Okay, I think it's this one over here. We can change it to a different color or value just by adjusting the parameter. So basically that power will be in the player's control. So they can get like all kinds of different colors for their hair. But obviously it'll be like limited. You won't get like super crazy colors like I'm doing here. There'll be more natural colors. Same with the skin. Just its skin. But the skin needs maps. It needs masks, so it needs masks, so it like so it's like based on the melanin levels instead of like it just like throwing a tint all over the entire body. So definitely not the right way to go yet. Your vampires remind me of the Desire demons from Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, they kind of look like that, don't they? I think they have like more eyes though, right? Don't they have like a middle eye or something? Something is weird about their eyes from the Desire Demons. I always want to play that game again, but then I realize it's kind of a boring game. Like it's like turn-based, right? I'm not a huge fan of turn-based. I just find it too slow. It has to be action-based. It has to have like it has to be real-time action-based. Otherwise, I just get so bored. Yeah, once I'm done with the infested, then we're on to the lobster race. I should actually like just like decimate one of these meshes and drop it into Unreal just so we have everything on the same page, because I did the same thing here with the infested. Like I put in an earlier version, decimated. The thing is, I have to like I gotta be careful about making like the infested and the abyssal race distinct. I think they're pretty distinct, but still I gotta be careful about making sure that these look much more alien. And these are like infested. So there's like a good variety instead of everything looking the same. But yeah, let's go let's subtool, geometry, subtool, merge visible, append. Yeah, let's go grab this. Oh. Z plugin decimate. Let's go exit Elden Ring because I'm not really playing anymore. Preprocess current. So basically we're just making a very quick and dirty low poly that we can drag into Unreal Engine. It reminds me of the Protoss. Yeah. I'm not stealing any ideas from Blizzard. Not at all. It's fine. Blizzard stole out all their ideas anyway, so. What comes around goes around, I guess. Yeah, just gotta wait for the processing. Processing 12, 13, 14. Here is a world space coordinate texture I've just been experimenting with. All of these textures here are AI generated. So, yeah. I converted the texture maps into like a world space texture. So what I can do, this is basically how rocks are made. Like rock cliffs are made in game. If I make a duplicate here, right? And I just like move it anywhere, it basically just like blends in pretty seamlessly. Like I can make this bigger or smaller, but the texture size will remain the same because it's based off of world coordinates instead of whatever the model is. But yeah, if these were actually like rock models, it'd look a lot nicer than just spheres. So now I have a pile of rocks. Stussy is probably my favorite race still. Just wait until I'm done. Like, they're gonna look so much nicer. The lobster race is still in development. Blizzard is famous for borrowing ideas. It's fun. Yeah, exactly. I mean, StarCraft is basically Warhammer, isn't it? And Warcraft is basically medieval Warhammer. Unreal is pretty crazy that way. Well, I mean, I would say most game engines have world space textures. It's not anything like crazy amazing. But like what Unreal Engine has is just like working within Unreal it's such a joy and pleasure to work inside Unreal. Like it's just like everything just it just works, right? It's not like a buggy mess. Everything's organized. You can do like the power of working inside Unreal is down to basically the user experience. It's almost more like playing a game than actually building a game. But yeah, here's the inventory system. Let's go try my crosshair. Is the crosshair still in the middle of the It is, okay. Like okay, so there is a ray going out from the middle of the camera. So I have to change that from the middle of the camera to wherever like the forward vector of the crosshair is, wherever. But yeah, I can pick these items up, they disappear, and they go into my inventory. It's a drag and drop inventory. The tooltips are obviously in the wrong space. They're like spawning randomly down there, I guess. But yeah, you can just like pick stuff up. I need to change the location of the crosshair. Pick up all of this. These are just placeholder assets for now. You used to be able to shift click and then separate these. I'm not sure what happened to that functionality. It's been a long time since I worked on the inventory system, but I can like transfer items to different inventories. So this one has 1 rock. And here's another chest. It's a separate inventory. This one's gonna have 5 apples in it. If I close that, it still has like the inventory is actually worked. And then I think I have, well, not that. Yeah, I have a character screen as well. And you can like, well, there used to be functionality for scrolling the player around, but I haven't done that in a while. So like the swords go into like the sword slots, but you can't put the sword into like the shoe slot because it's of the wrong class. So like it checks for that. It's pretty cool. The shield also counts as a weapon, so you can put it in the weapon slot. But yeah, I haven't set up anything else. Torches is also a weapon. And it's still there because the equipment slots are a inventory. You didn't like the idea of an inventory system in Xanima? I do like the inventory system, but like this is my game, so I'm gonna do things the way I think they should be done. I think so like the inventory system of Xanima, I think it's good for Xanima, but it's not necessarily good for the MMO that I'm trying to make. Especially when you like an MMO, you play the game for like a long time. Some people play MMOs for years, so you amass a lot of items. You have a shit ton of items. And if you've seen like some of the people who've played Xanima, some of these people have played Xanima for thousands of hours. And their arena inventory is insane. They have like hundreds of weapons, thousands of they have so much stuff in there, and they have like color matched everything. and it's like, oh my god, how do you even go through that inventory? So like in the context of an MMO where there's going to be a lot of items like fuel, food, building blocks like these, like you're gonna want like a organization system that's like like an organization, like a inventory system that organizes itself without needing you to organize it. Because this is also going to be sortable like alphabetically and also like sort by weight, sort by value, etc. They'll basically like a good example would be like the Terraria inventory. If you guys ever played Terraria. Let's see, this should be done now. It's too bad we can't preserve the poly paint for the decimated. Otherwise, it would be a nice way to. Well, I guess we could. Let's go decimate it all the way down. Actually, no, I can't. I can't keep the poly paint color. It's not gonna work. Am I going the bag space route or just one large bag? I still don't know yet. Yeah, I actually don't know yet. I feel like one big bag, like, that's basically what it evolves into anyway, right? Like, think about World of Warcraft. People get all these bags, but then they install an add-on, which makes all of their bags one big bag. So, yeah. I have to think about, like, what would be better. What would suit the game better? One big bag or multiple bags? And, like, why would multiple bags be needed? Like, can you like put items into a bag and then give that bag to other players and then they'd be able to open it? It seems like it might be a bit tricky because that sounds like a good way to duplicate items. Like that's how you duplicate items in Divinity Original Sin. I believe Baldur's Gate also has, like, inventories are really tricky. You really have to know your stuff to make inventories bug free and also like multiplayer and all of that. It's not an easy thing to do. So basically it comes down to me having to understand and learn more about inventories, and then also like figuring out what is best for the game and what is like, yeah, basically what makes the game better. Multiple inventories or single inventory. I feel like if you have access to all your items from an inventory, then you don't really need to store your loot in the mech. So the mech is going to have like your main inventory. That's like your stash, right? That's your stash and your house and everything in one. And it goes with you. But like your character, you control your character. And your character will also be like wearing a backpack, so that's an inventory as well. So at the bare minimum, the player has 2 inventories. Well, 3, including like the equipment that they're wearing. So there will be multiple inventories. I just don't know if like the multiple bag system that World of Warcraft has is a good idea. Alright, this should be low enough for Unreal. We can export this out. Oh, we don't have a folder for the abyssals. There we go. It's exported, right? Looks like it. Details. How come it's always like defaults the big icons? I need to figure out how to change that. Because it's kind of annoying having to right click and then view or sort by. I need to be able to choose the default sort order. It's probably in like Microsoft settings somewhere. I guess the inventory system will be more like Diablo's inventory system. So you have your stash, right, back at the town. And then you also have the Haragic Cube, and then also like the default character inventory. We'll put this one over. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Put that there. Oh yeah, I actually have some more space here. Like this cube here. I was thinking if I should add the robot race. View settings are up at top. Ah. View. Oh my god. I never look at these settings up here. I want details. Yeah. How do I choose like default view though? Because like whenever I click on something, yeah, like here, it's like images instead of. Oh well, whatever. Also, that's gonna be like a lot of work. Because these are just like the female base meshes. I still have to do the male ones. That's why I'm finishing up these two races first. The Infested and the Abyssals before thinking about deciding on another race. Yeah, let's get back to work. It's enough show and tell. Let's go work on the legs some more. We need to get some more 3D work here. Enough poly paint. More 3D, less poly paint. In general, I don't like the idea of a limited inventory. Like, loot drops, you should be able to pick it up. I hate not being able to pick up things. Like, oh no, I don't have enough room to carry this. Oh no. I guess I have to sort my inventory mid-combat, or I have to go back to town or something. At the same time, the player can't have infinite inventory space. That wouldn't be realistic. So, yeah, it's just like it's just a balance. It's a balance I have to find that feels good, because like I'm a player as well. I think a lot of game developers these days don't play games. They have to play games to understand what is a good balance. What does good balance feel like in the games that they make? If they don't know that, then they're just working in the dark. Have you done any world building behind the Infested? I have. There is a lot of world building behind the Infested. And then after that, I kind of changed ideas around, and then now some of that world building is invalidated. So I try not to do too much world building, at least not until these assets are done. Like the infested race, they've been redesigned like twice now, like drastically. I don't really want to do too many more redesigns in 3D at least. Yeah, world building is extremely important to games. A lot of game devs just kind of like brush it off, like, ah, yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, this king goes here and like they do bad things, and now there's an uprising, and then you also have to like collect 10 crystals to reunite the powers and make the king see the foolishness of his ways or something. And then like yeah, that's basically the entire that's like the entire world building for like God knows how many games of the same series. Like everything in a game is placed there for a reason. I think the reason why Elden Ring succeeded in the way that it did is due to that fact. They really went into Elden Ring with like a master plan of how everything will unfold in the coming years when they release the game. Yeah. Yeah. Miyazaki, that's how he designs his games. Like everything is in the game for a reason. At least most things. I'm sure like even FromSoft messes up here and there now and then. I'm sure they like they sometimes fudge things up with content. But in general, you don't just like place things in the world willy-nilly. The lobsters will eventually succumb to carcinization. All things. Oh, I think I know what you mean now. It's like the crab souls game. That actually looks like a really fun game. I thought about picking it up, but then I just don't have time to play games that aren't just like absolutely perfect anymore. I'm 30. I'm basically a third of my life. Yeah, that's gone. I only have 2/3 left to make Project Nova, and who knows what else. Because I don't have the time to play Crab Souls. Is there anything to listen to? Let's go. Let's see. It's awfully quiet. Not much. Guess I'll put on some music. Damn, this stream is already 5 hours long. It's fine though. It's only 1:35 a.m. here, so I'm not feeling too sleepy. Shit. Ah, I see. You just gotta be faster next time, Rusty. You gotta read comments faster and also remember what you just said 5 seconds ago. I don't remember anything. I'm probably gonna get dementia later in life. That's definitely something that's gonna happen. I'm just gonna wake up one day and be like, who am I? Who is this Zethros guy? How come all of my accounts are under Zethros? What is a Zethros anyway? You know what? I think I do need to make the robot race. I gotta make the robot race. The only thing YouTube is worse than Twitch at is delay. YouTube has a much larger delay. Does it? I don't even know. Wonder why that is. Maybe for like moderation purposes? Maybe so they're like, oh, you know, that one dude is like making something that looks suspiciously provocative. Probably delay his stream, make it a bit slower. Like a compression bandwidth thing. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I hardly know anything about streaming, despite having streamed for like a couple years now regularly. I still don't really consider myself a streamer. Everything I do here is solely for making a game. The game is the payout, it's not like all the videos along the way. I guess I could make it both stream and game dev. I think I'm too much of an introvert to do that though. Like I like having the freedom of just like abandoning streaming for a couple months on end if I have to. Like once you become like an actual streamer, it's a responsibility. Like you gotta do stuff to keep your viewers. Last time I streamed was 2014. Moved out of the country and I have no speeds for it. That's too bad. Yeah, I feel you. Like my current internet, I think my internet kind of sucks. Like there's two companies here in Malaysia that are kind of competing for internet audience, and it's like Time and Unify. Unify kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's just not that great compared to Time, even though like both are fiber now. I still don't know why. Like I had much better results with the other company. You're right, you should make a robot race. I should make a robot race. I've been thinking about like a robot race that has like gothic fluting details. Just imagine like a really insanely cool suit of armor in like gothic style. Like a gothic automata. I can totally make something like that. It'd be so sick. Robot race is secretly an old robot infested with some kind of organic life. Hey, that could be an idea too. But no, I kind of want them to be truly artificial constructs. Like, I think the original plan is to make a robot race and then with like artificial intelligence, it'll be like a nod towards the current climate with our AI. I think it'd be pretty funny. You can make a bunch of jokes with and like a lot of references with artificial intelligence and robots. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like a lot of different, and like think of the customization options too, right, for a robot. Like you're not limited in any way. Heck, you can like even like transfer your consciousness to your mech or something. I don't know. It's like that shit would be a lot of work for me. That would be a lot of work just for one race. Like you gotta think about it. Like each race I add to this game is exponentially more work. Like each race will have its own customization options and their own like lore to them, their own everything. So that's why I have to be very, very careful about how many races I add and what kind of races I add to the game. Like obviously human is a given because you need something for the audience to relate to. And sometimes people just want to be like, they just want to make themselves, they want to project themselves into the game exactly as who they are. And from there I figured there should be like a race for like the land, water, and the sky. So vampires are the rulers of the skies. The rulers of the water would be the lobster race, the abyssals. And the rulers of the land, I guess, would be the infested. And then, like, from there, that would definitely help the players branch out and, like, explore the lands more. That's me, I tend to just put myself into a game of game. Yeah, exactly. I do that too. Like, the first customization option, the first character that I made for Elden Ring, I basically just like made an Asian dude that looked a little bit like me. But now I make like some pretty cool stuff in like cool looking characters in Elden Ring now. They don't look all Asian. Like that's the reason why it's hard for me to play games like The Witcher. Games that force you to play as a character that already has a backstory, that already has an appearance. Like they're like a fully fleshed out character. And at that point, like why play the game at all? Like if the character is already complete. Anyway, I gotta take off for work. Alright. I'll see you later, Silver Boo. Have a good one. Yeah, I'll probably, I've already been streaming for like 5 hours, so I probably won't be streaming for too much longer. What are humans? Rulers of what? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, maybe humans are the rulers of the land and the infested are like the rulers of the underworld or something. Also, like you can think of like colors too, right? So we have RGBA, right? I guess like humans would be alpha, infested would be red, vampires would be blue. Oh wait, vampires? But then what color would these guys would be also blue? What the heck? What the heck? Maybe they're infested or like... I don't know. I don't know. Like it's good to be like... What I'm trying to get at is it's good to create diversity. You gotta be a diversity champion, right? When you're creating races in a video game. It just makes the world feel more diverse. Gives more variety to the game. If you make your game SJW, you'll rake in the profits. Yeah, the infested, like, they will be changing their environments to suit them. Much like the Zerg do in StarCraft. So expect to see that their environments look similar to how they look. Ah. I know I said this before, but I really like how chaotic the infested are. I just like I don't have to pay attention so much to like the flow of everything. I can just like draw and just like the vampires, man. The vampires took something out of me. That last 10% of detail in the vampires, it's no joke. That was a lot of work. But it's also, I think it's a good thing that I brought the vampires up to that level of detail. It's prepared me for what's ahead. Which is more scales. Because like vampires, they're not gonna be like the only living creature in Project Nova that has scales. Wings are basically the same amount of detail as the whole character. I know, that was brutal, man. I was like sculpting those wings forever. I mean, these guys also kind of have... But I'm just gonna call them wings, right? I guess I can call these legs and stuff, but like she also has legs, so I'm just gonna call these wings. And that's what they'll be like labeled as in files. But obviously they're not wings, but they're basically in the same area and will basically not really function, but you know. But yeah, like they're infested, right? So I can be a bit more loose with how I sculpt these. I don't have to be like so demanding on making them look realistic. It's less mentally taxing to work on chaotic stuff like this. I think the robot race is going to be a lot of fun to work on. I wonder what they should look like. Like the first thing that I'm thinking of, like the robots. So how are, like whenever I make a race, right, I always think about how is the race made? Like, what are the origins of the race? Like, I think that's like a good starting point. What are the origins of the robot race? Like, so they're robots, which means they're artificial constructs. So if they're constructs, who made the robots? You know? Infested underscore back thingies. Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna call them infested wings. Like they're obviously not wings, but they're in the same spot. They'll move similar to wings. But yeah, like the robots. There's so many. I'm creating new IP here, so there's like so many roads I can travel to make these robots. Like, what are they even made out of? Are they made out of metal? Are they made out of like organic material? Are they made out of like crystal, like the crystallians from Elden Ring? There are like infinite amounts of ideas for robots or like artificial constructs. While your mechs will look like organic bugs. You can also make robots look like organic bugs. Every race will look like a bug from Morrowind. Every race will be based off of the Soul Striders from Morrowind. There we go. There's the answer. Why walk when you can ride? That'll be the female robot pickup line. Why walk when you can ride? Wink, wink. I'm thinking, let's see. I'm thinking the constructs, the robot race. They're definitely gonna have to be. My first instinct is to make them like brassy. Like where's that image that I had? See. Okay. So where is it? It's like I think it's on the first page of the mechs. Wow, there's a lot of shit here. Okay, so right here, like right here, you see the legs? The legs coming out are brass on these mechs, like on the initial design of the mechs. So I'm thinking they might be brass. So they'll be like brass constructs, kind of like the Dwemer from the Elder Scrolls series, right? You can like live your fantasies out as a Dwemer Centurion. Like that would be pretty cool. So that's like my first option, I think. But then, like, what if you don't like the color brass? What if you're a player and you want your character to be made out of, like, steel? And then, like, how much player customization should I give to the player? because there is such a thing as too much customization. Like, take the Dark Souls series for example. Everyone just like shows up with like a neon green face that's as wide as you can possibly make it, with like massive eyes and a massive nose, right? Just they just like make the most ridiculous looking face they can possibly make. And in an MMO, I feel like that's kind of detrimental because yeah, you're in an MMO, you're sharing a world with other players who are human and who live on Earth. But at the same time, like having something like that, like you still want to be immersed in the world to some extent. Just hide colors behind premium currency. Yeah, exactly. No, we're not gonna do that. Like that's still going to be immersion breaking. Like even the premium stuff, if I have any premium stuff, it has to follow the look, the lore of the game. Like everywhere you go as a player, you shouldn't be like thrown out of the immersion. Because that's the most important thing in a game. The most important thing is consistency. Like Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games, he said like one of the most important things is like loot. Not like loot, but just like loot persistence. So like if you find something, you pick it up, it's yours forever. Like you're never gonna lose it. It's yours. It's in your stash. If you lose it, then like what if you lose it again? What if that's like not the first time you'll lose stuff? Then like what's the point of playing the game if you just keep losing stuff due to like bugs or something like that? Then no one will play the game. They're like, oh yeah, I found this amazing item, but who knows, like maybe the server will crash and then I'll never find it again. So persistence, object persistence is extremely important in games. There's no point in playing a game where all your progress gets erased. Like I don't think Saint is here. Probably not, but in like Destiny 2, they had they sunset a lot of their content, and I think that's where a lot of players started leaving Destiny 2. They're like, yeah, you know what? I paid for this content, and now like you guys are deleting it. Like fuck that, I'm out, right? That was like totally justified from the player's end. You don't go around just deleting people's stuff. So in the same vein, to bring the topic back on track, everything in the world has to have consistency and persistence, from the art style to combat to loot to game design. It's just like game design all over has to follow that same concept of object persistence and consistency. Like you're not gonna find Geralt riding a pony, riding a roach, just like running through the desert of Project Nova. Well, unless I guess you could probably make Geralt with the character customizer that I have in mind. So maybe that would happen, but anything other than that. a lot of games with cash shops have this problem. Like look at Lost Ark. I heard, I see like this stuff in Lost Ark's cash shop. I'm like, man, that's very cool. But like as a player, if I'm walking around town and I see another player riding that ridiculous mount, I'm gonna be like, why am I playing this game? Like what is this game even about? Why are players running around with such random shit on their characters that doesn't match the art style of the game? Remember, I forgot, yeah, like, there's like Geralt in Monster Hunter. But you know what? That actually kind of makes sense. Like, he's a monster hunter. Geralt is a monster hunter. And if he's transported to the world of Monster Hunter, he's gonna have a good time there. It makes sense, oddly enough. And like, I feel like you can actually do that in a game like Monster Hunter because it doesn't take itself too seriously. It does in a lot of ways, but like, you know, it's like a Japanese game. They do silly stuff like that here and there. And like, it isn't like something that is like super permanent, right? It's just like a couple of missions of you playing as Geralt in Monster Hunter. I feel like people ask for flashy cosmetics anyway. Well, like that's the responsibility of the game developer to tell them no. You think you do, but you don't, right? Only this time it's not sarcasm. Only this time it's actually a good game developer saying that instead of whatever the fuck the original quote was about. I really need to add in some of the Blizzard shenanigans in my game. There's gotta be like an NPC in my game somewhere that says, you think you do, but you don't. Or like an NPC that says, don't you guys even have phones? Or something like that. Like, I gotta throw in red shirt guy in there somewhere. I'm gonna put in so many freaking Easter eggs in my game. Be hilarious. Have like Easter eggs referencing Exanima as well. We can have like an NPC called Darina because like obviously Madoc is not going to add in Darina to Exanima. But it was like a community meme for a while. Yeah, lots of shenanigans I can add to this game, while still keeping it serious. You know, it's not gonna be all jokes. Maddock hates women? I thought he likes Dissy's mom. Aren't like Maddock and Dissy's mom like together right now? It's like an actual thing. It's like a bona fide relationship that they have going on. For reals. You should fix bendy armor, Xanima. Nah, man. What we need to fix is the boob armor. We need to fix the boob armor first, man. Of course, like once we fix the boob armor, you know there's always gonna be that one person that's like, you know, I kind of like the way things were before with the boob armor. Definitely Sorba wouldn't say something like that. He loves like new stuff added to the game. He doesn't complain about like, I don't know, like redesigns or something. You need to add bones to the hands. The hands probably do have bones, just like they're animated. Also, why are you asking me to do the animation stuff? I don't do the animation stuff. Like Maddock handles all of the animation stuff. It's too complex for anyone else to handle, so like I'm not allowed to do animation work, for example. Can you imagine if the hands were animated? Like the fingers would have to have like physics too. That'd be ridiculous. Think of how long we'll have to like delay the next update just because you want the fingers to animate. What a selfish request. Is he here? No, then why would I ask him? I mean, you can just at him. You just like in the Exanima channel, just like at Madoc. Yo, bruv, where's the hand animations at? How come there's no bones in the hands? Like, you can do that. Like, nothing's stopping you. But if you do that, right, just don't mention I told you. Like, I have no involvement in this. Like, this is all your idea, not mine. Sacrifice Creasy for bendy fingers. In my opinion, I think a lot of animations for like swords, or well, not just swords, just like every single weapon, I think a lot of animations in real life rely on the fingers to work, to look right in when fighting. Like fingers are essential to swinging weapons around. But obviously, it would be quite complex from a game dev point of view to have the fingers influence the physics of a weapon. If Exanima had like bendy fingers and like different ways to hold weapons, we'd also have rapiers. How do you hold a rapier, right? You hold it. Well, there's a number of different ways to hold a rapier, but generally you don't hold a rapier with like the hammer, like the hammer fist hold. And that has like an influence on how a weapon is swung. Ugh. Getting kind of sleepy actually. Probably gonna log off soonish. I still need to make a post. I need to do an update post. I gotta do the Zeth coffee diary for Project Nova. Yeah, I'll probably just end it here. Got a lot done, especially like once we compare it to last week's progress. We didn't get a whole lot done because of Morrowind. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. I'm gonna log off here. It's been like an almost 6-hour stream. See ya, Rusty. Goodbye, anyone else who's watching this later on YouTube. Catch you guys later. Take care.